Good morning, respected participants, respected college trustees, Antulay Sahib, college principal, teaching and non-teaching staff, respected all resource persons belong to Dubai, United Kingdom, USA, China, and India. Today, international conference which is organized by Vasantrao Naik Arts, Commerce, Science College, Murud Janjira, Maharashtra, India. We all get together here for one-day online international multidisciplinary conference organized by Vasantrao Naik College on dated 27 August 2023 Sunday. I would like to thank all participants for giving the huge and outstanding responses. More than 150 plus participants have been participated in this our today's international conference. This conference total Indian participation are 148 and remaining 7 participants are, that means South Africa, Dubai, USA, and Bahrain, London, Japan, Kuwait, Nigeria, Thailand, Malaysia. From these countries have received total 7 international level articles and patents. This conference having participating 2 vice chancellors, 4 police commissioners who have pursuing those PhD in Indian universities. I would like to announce that today's one-day online multidisciplinary conference, which is organized by Vasantrao Naik College, Murud Janjira, is having fully success. I would like to thank respected Dr. Principal Nagar Bawdi sir, respected Dr. Vishwa Chavan sir of Murud Janjira for given the tender for marketing organization of the one-day international conference and supporting for publication. I would like to also thanks to Z Media, Lok Satta, Lokmat, Pudhari, and local newspaper Times of India, Indian Express for taking the events having successful and marketing. The e-journal first volume is published and another second volume will be published very soon. I would like to request all participants for stand up our country's national anthem, Jana Gana Man. Please stand up, please.
Kahe tava jai Jana Gana
Jaya
Jaya He
Jaya
Jaya He
Thank you, sir. Please sit down, all respected dignitaries, respected trustees, respected teachers of the Vasantrao Naik College, respected all the participants and the resource person. Thanks to all. when we just listen our country's national anthem, that time automatically our inspiration and automatically our mind power getting very high. Thanks for again all the participants and the trustees and the teaching non-teaching staff of the Vasantrao Naik College, Murud Janjira, Maharashtra, India. Thank you. I would like to hand over the next session to respected Dr. Vishwa Chauhan sir for further conference proceeding. Sir, please continue.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, please continue.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. I welcome all of you, dignitaries, like our chairman, President Dr. Antulay Sahab, then Dr. A.D. Sawan, former Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan University. Before I giving brief discussion, I would like to call our principal, Dr. M.A. Nagarbaudi, to present their views and their information about the college. I would like to call upon Dr. Nagarbaudi sir to present some views about the college and the conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning, everyone who joined this online international multidisciplinary conference. And I, Dr. M.A. Nagarbaudi, Principal, Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal's Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Murud Janjira, welcome President of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal's Honorable Antulay Sahab, our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawan sir, keynote speakers, and I'm very happy and grateful that many distinguished scholars, teachers, research students have come from both home and abroad to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better ways of educating our future leaders. I welcome you all, and I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation for the same. This is a great achievement that this is the only college in Murud Taluka started in the year 1992 by our visionary leader, late Barrister A.R. Antulay sir, the founder president of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal. This college is successfully providing higher education for the last 32 years to socio-economically and educationally backward students, and majority of them belongs to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other tribal dominated peoples. During the initial stage, our management ran this college on a non-grant basis and bore all its expenditures. Our managing committee, local advisory committee, college development committee, and staff of the college are working hard for the overall development of the college, working with objectives such as to create social awareness and national integrity among students through higher education, and to create the feeling that humanity is the real religion. We know that we have only made a beginning. Though we are very proud of what we have achieved during the last 32 years, we cannot realize our vision simply by providing the best teachers. Here I feel proud to mention that our college, all the teachers are PhDs. So we cannot realize our vision simply by providing the best teachers or by providing the best courses in the college unless our students becomes active learners and pursue their studies independently, choosing their own theme and developing their own questions and grow into global leaders with creative and independent minds who will able to cross national as well as disciplinary boundaries. I sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in higher education, but also as a beginning of a long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile task of teaching, research, and training our youth, who will shape our future. We all are heartily inviting you to visit the Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal's Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Murud Janjira. Once again, we welcome you all to this online international multidisciplinary conference. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, sir. I would like to give some information regarding the conference and what are the benefits of the organizing conference. First of all, hello, good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Vishwas Chavan, Vice Principal of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce. It's pleasure to welcome you all to the one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on various themes with the assistance of Wagmare Brothers Event Management Private Limited Company. The conference is organized by our Vasantrao Naik College. Today, we have various eminent personalities around the globe.
Congratulations, your Scopus article has been published UK based.
For this one-day online international conference, it's my pleasure to welcome Honorable Mushtaq Antulay, our President, our governing body of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Mumbai. He is also the Vice President of well-known and premier education institution, that is Anjuman Islam, Mumbai. He is a former President of Maharashtra Pollution Control Board and also ex-member of Legislative Council, Government of Maharashtra. I also welcome my Guru, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawant, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Pro-Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, and also the ex-Joint Director of Higher Education, Mumbai region. Currently, he is the Director of Waste to Energy Research and Technology Council, and also President, Society for Clean Environment. I also welcome resource person, Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir, who is retired of Library Science, Savitribai Phule University, Pune. Dr. Janice Fernandez, West London University, London, UK. Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, University of Algeria, UAE, Dubai. And all researcher, expert, attendees, participants, I welcome you all. Our college is established in Murud Janjira, Raigad district, is affiliated with the University of Mumbai. Our motivator and advisor leader, late Barrister Antulay Sahib, former Chief Minister, Maharashtra State, and former Union Cabinet Minister, Government of India. The founder, president of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Mumbai, dreamed that the people of these rural and hilly undeveloped areas should get higher education with open access system, irrespective of caste, color, creed, and religion. He established this Arts and Commerce College in June 1992 to cope up with the basic needs of higher education of local students in Murud Tehsil. The college is providing qualified faculty and modern technical amenities with the best infrastructure to the student for their development. It is effectively executed under the leadership of President of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Mumbai, Honorable Mushtaq Antulay Sahab. It's my pleasure to give some brief description about conference. This is our second international conference, and organizing such type of conference offers some benefits. Organizing an international conference is a complex and resource intensive endeavor that bring together expert, researcher, professional, and stakeholders from various parts of the world to discuss and exchange ideas on specific topics or issues. The importance of organizing such conference is multifaceted and extend to various aspects of academia, research, industry, and society. It provides a platform for researcher and expert to share their latest finding, research methodology. This dissemination of knowledge help advance the field by promoting a broader understanding of current development and research trend. Conference offer unparalleled opportunities for networking. The participant attendees can establish connection with peer, mentor, potential collaborators, and industry professionals. These connections can lead to new research collaboration, job opportunities, and partnership. Conference often features speakers and presenters from different countries and regions. Often bring together experts from various disciplines. These multidisciplinary can lead to the development that is a NAAC or any other similar educational accreditation body can have several significant benefits and importance, especially in the context of higher education. That conference provide a platform for educator, administrator, and researcher. They share their knowledges, share best practices, and present research findings. These align with the NAAC goals of promoting quality education through the exchange of ideas and innovations. Conference can provide insight into how institution can meet NAAC's accreditation criteria. Workshop and presentation at conference can address specific criteria and guide institutions on how to comply with them effectively. Many conferences include workshops and training sessions that can help institutions and individuals build their capacity in areas such as curriculum development, assessment, teaching methodologies, etc. Conference showcase innovative approaches and best practices in higher education. Conference can help institutions understand the importance of proper documentation and reporting, which are essential for the accreditation process. Workshop and session can guide institutions on how to maintain accurate records. Presenting research or best practices at conferences can be source of motivation and recognition for educator and institution. In short, I would like to say that organizing conference with the framework of NAAC can significantly contribute to the environment of higher education. These conferences promote knowledge sharing, quality enhancement, compliance with the accreditation standard, and networking among educational professionals, all of which align with the goals and objectives of accreditation bodies like NAAC. Now, I sum up my short speech regarding the benefits of organizing conference for the NAAC point of view. Now we are also eager to hear from our delegates about their ideas and innovations. I hope all of you will enjoy this one-day online.
सर आवाज येत नाही तुमचा.
हा लाईट गेली सर, इथं लाईट गेलेली आहे.
ओके ओके ओके.
इथं लाईट गेलेली आहे तर
विदाउट टू कंटिन्यू डायरेक्टली.
हा इट कॅन कंटिन्यू सर. तर लाईट गेलेली आहे त्यामुळे जरा मी
see if we can continue as far as the connectivity is there.
Okay, okay.
Is there connectivity?
I would like to hand over this session for respected parliamentary person, respected Antulay Sahib. Sir, please continue, sir. सर आपका आवाज नहीं आता. अंतुले सर आपका आवाज अनम्यूट करना सर आपका.
Good morning.
Good morning,
to everybody. Sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And welcome to Dr. A.D. Sawant Sahib. Has he joined?
Yes,
Hello.
I joined.
Hello.
I joined.
Yeah, sir. We have a problem issue. We have a problem of
I know. I can understand. And
it is my duty, sir, to introduce A.D. Sawant, sir.
please do that.
Yes.
Please do.
Sorry for inconvenience due to electricity failure.
Just
Professor
make it
A.D.
very
Sawant
short.
is a former
Two lines,
Vice Chancellor,
two
University of
lines, make it
Rajasthan,
short.
Pro-Vice Chancellor,
Make it short, yeah.
Pro-Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, and also ex-Joint Director, Higher Education, Mumbai Region. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you are audible.
Yes.
Currently, he is the Director of Waste to Energy Research and Technology Council India, and also President, Society for Clean Environment. He graduated from University of Mumbai in 1972 in the subject of chemistry from Patkar College, Goregaon. Did MSc in inorganic chemistry, followed by PhD in 1979 of Mumbai University from the Institute of Science in the subject of nuclear analytical chemistry under the guidance of Professor B.C. Haldar. Joined Government of Maharashtra service as a lecturer in chemistry in 1977. Thereafter was selected as a reader in chemistry by Public Service Commission and finally become Professor of Chemistry in 1998. Due to his distinguished research career and administrative skills, he was chosen by Government of Maharashtra as Joint Director of Higher Education, Mumbai region in the year 2000, wherein he could bring academic and administrative reforms. Noted among them was a contribution to writing of Private University Act, Law University Act, adoption of Statute of Autonomy for State Universities in Maharashtra, opening the doors for autonomy or to institution in Maharashtra. In year 2004, he was appointed Pro-Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University, and in 2010, he was appointed as the Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan. In his said appointment, he could bring landmark changes in universities he served. His work at University of Rajasthan earned reputation, resulting in his shortlisting as candidate for UGC chairmanship. He was appointed chairman of high-level committees of state of Rajasthan for upgradation of grants and standard of higher education in Rajasthan University. During his tenure, the University of Rajasthan, Jaipur was added to University of having higher H index in the country and university with potential of excellence. Dr. Sawant sir executed over 20 research projects. In 1991, he brought out a major issue of lead positioning case in India, which invited global attention and made a compelling force for government to opt for unleaded petrol in India. By scientific pursuit, he could expose the dreaded pollution issues of rivers and many other industrial zones. He guided 26 students for PhD of Mumbai University and published over 150 plus papers in journal of international reputation, of which 87 in foreign journals of repute, including the gold medal winning paper published by a Journal of Society of NGRI Hyderabad, CSRI Institute for year 2015. He has contributed paper to Encyclopedia of Analytical Chemistry published by Cambridge University, UK. Currently, his citation index is 300. Currently, he is engaged in transfer of technology for integrated rural development and issue of water management in municipal solid waste management in Municipal Corporation of India. He is advisor to many institutions and 2 universities. Of trees, Chief Trustee, the Institute of Science, Government of Maharashtra, Golden Jubilee Trust Fund, and member Indian Chemical Society, Council of Chemists, Mumbai Roads Society, Indian Roads Federation, Indian Nuclear Society, and World Water Council. There are various achievements of Dr. A.D. Sawant sir. He took up the issue of pollution of Vasantrao River at Wada district, Palghar, due to acid and fertilizers plants, and convinced the state and central government to take necessary measures in year 1985 to 87. Brought to the notice lead pollution due to PB alloy manufacturing industry at Dadra Nagar cattle heads and poisoning over 300 villagers, the factory was closed in the year 1991-93. There are various achievements. We have a short time and we want to hear some knowledge from Dr. A.D. Sawant. That's why I am requesting Dr. A.D. Sawant to give your plenary talk and motivate the researcher. Sawant sir, please. Hello.
Sawant sir, kindly
Hello.
unmute yourself, please. Sawant sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sawant sir.
Sawant sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want to start my talk?
Please go
Hello?
ahead.
Yes, sir. आवाज आ रहा है सर आपका.
Can I start?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Because now the heavy rain here and I'm in the hall at Sahatur. His rooftop is up the king stage. And so there's a noise. I have to earphone now. I hope I'm well audible. First of all, congratulations to Vasantrao Naik, institution, the College of Arts and Commerce. The principal and we know that it's not in Mumbai, not in Nevada, but travel to Sahatur, the remote place, where there is a meeting going on for continuous meeting. Great friend, Professor Unnati. But this college is a lot for me. I'm indebted to the late Barrister Antulay in various ways, and my great friend, Mitra, like, and so they are in my heart. And so in spite of this schedule, I have to accept this invitation because until the staff and until this family is very close to my heart. In fact, when Antulay was the chief minister, he did support and facilitation to continue my research and international research project by a lot of help, rather providing me information in a work without that I could not have continue to stand with my research. And so my presence here, it was a lot the gratefulness to them. I have visited this college a number of occasions. And I was so happy to see the need of the management, the care that management is taking for the growth of this college. And obviously, it has culminated into such a good development of the institution in a scenic place, but still a remote place. So I congratulate the institution. Now, coming to the today's conference, I was reading the brochure and I could find that every subject that it was about understanding and education, verification, technology, history, They are given a very large canvas. So obviously the audience is of the mixed audience. To ensure that everybody cannot take everything from this. But sure, nowadays education is a multidisciplinary. And we have given a lot of options for the students to opt the subjects of their choice. And as the principal has said, your college is bent on creating creativity among the students. They set the questions, they find the answers, they find the problems, and this kind of curiosity generated in the students is exactly like what the method of acquiring education at international level. We had a ready-made system to give everything school feeding to students, and they would not learn anything. If you read the institutions all over the world, and even IIT, they are never given a protocol of doing experiments. They'll be asked to do this experiment, the circumstances, gravity, or whatever it is. Students would prepare their own protocol and struggle to get results out of the experiment. And that is how IITs are made. They are so indigenously giving education, imparting education, and so our IIT graduates are accepted worldwide. Now coming to the basic tenets of this conference, multidisciplinary. Now higher education is for what? Giving you education for what? Is not only for employment, but understanding the issues which are very, very important, which no man on the street can understand, but a student in a temple of education, the college, institution, he can understand. So this is a conglomeration in a system of education, diverse minds, diverse specializations, with having some spark and brightness, indigenous ideas, which can be cultivated by imparting holistic education to the student. So somebody can become a good scientist, a pharmacist, the advocate, the engineer, the teacher, and what not is there. So take away the best from the educational institution. And so cultivate that your subject of choice, life, and given an opportunity. And luckily the new education policy is going to facilitate that. Now coming to the teacher-student interactions, many scholars from India and abroad have joined this conference. Now nurturing students in a multidisciplinary education system, identifying the problems of interest which can restore the entire system of a society. If we talk of art and liberal science, culture and heritage, which is we talk of those kinds of subjects, and coming to the global issues that we have been now fighting for. The one we have just fought, the pandemic, and we know all what difficulties that we have faced. In a pandemic, there is search for expertise, and we found that we are non-plus. We have millions of medicines coming, developed and formulated and synthesized and manufactured in our advanced industry. But the main situation arises, we are depend upon expertise overseas, which are abroad. Look at your, even a civil aviation piece of we still are not able to make our own passenger cars, but we have to import everything. Look at the energy, most of the things we need to import. And all that has happened because the education has been cultivated and taught and formulated so well. The student become indigenous, they are the creators, and then even beyond that, in spite of doing all that, you can find it's not India, but the whole world is talking of global warming. Now, this is the smallest issue. I shall deliberate for next 5 minutes. And if we can take away something from this conference, students and teachers of all disciplines. Now, let's say the student who can follow the ethics. And let me give you an example. The consumption of electricity where you go in your house to the minimum, but to your requirement. I don't see cut short. Energy, using petrol, diesel, as a fuel, or even a coal. If we can make that use in a very conservative sense, you know, if your sense of conservativeness can result into saving hundreds of thousands of coal every day. If you don't combust the fossil fuels like coal to the extent beyond its requirement, and if you do that, you have to do more mining. 700 million tons of coal is mined. Coal is a rich source of giving methane. Say coal-burning methane or methane, mine methane. It's a singular gas, in addition to from agriculture waste and municipal solid waste, the methane is a major responsible gas for a global warming that we are all facing. The global warming will lead to rising temperature, destructing many issues of the environment and the species on this planet, and making your life unbreathable, I would say. So many toxins in your body, in the environment, in the climate change will result into including rise of sea level and depletion of a carbon from the very soil. For a country like India, where you have depend upon the agriculture, resulting into loss of water holding capacity. So every year you find by few inches or feet, the water level is going down. The place I am here in Murud and Shahpur today, people walk for 3 miles every day to fetch the water, and that too non-potable water. So please understand, it's not only science and technology, but a holistic way of education, art, culture, and liberation, ethics and value education. Friends, all these areas are very, very important. But what I want, every student to understand, every student to make understand. To make this happen, good institutions like Antulay has created and Pushtak Bhai is managing. I want every institution, it's our urge rather, unless you care for education, unless you standardize education, unless you see that it is cultivated well and supported well, I don't think we shall be able to fight the problems like just we had the pandemic, but luckily somebody at global level developing something and we have escaped that. But we do not want the permanent problem looming on our head, like global warming, ozone depletion, resulting into destroying our resources. And once that happens, it will be difficult for us to survive this planet. No matter what advancement technology, we must congratulate our scientists, what an achievement that we have done, that Chandrayaan is on moon, and that singular achievement with so many years of dedication, of so many decades, can achieve something. Same way, we have to have a zeal to fight out the global problem, pollution problem, and the problem is residing in everyone's mind, in everyone's house, everybody's the profession, your occupational exposures, even managing your own home. You'll be doing small things. The house with a free from particulate matter, house with a clean fuel, house compost that you make into energy, and don't combust fuel unnecessarily. These practices with ethical binding on it, I'm sure education, the purpose shall then survive. Such international meets are very, very important. And I congratulate the management, the organizing committee, principals, vice principals, and the management for giving this liberty to the institution and this remote corner to have international meetings where scholars shall participate. Yes, there's a lot to say, lot we have done. You have gone through my biodata, those are the issues beyond my regular academics. But that was an urge for a society. That was an urge to protect your planet, that was an urge to protect your drinking waters, an urge to protect your rivers and the forest and prevent the pollutions. So the education that I got, I brought into the practice. They were not my part of PhD programs, but along with the PhD and work and research and publication, I looked into the social issues, and they are so important, and I'm happy I could address that. One single example that we fought out, mercilessly rather, fighting against the powers, the industry power, we could bring a lead-free petrol in this country. That was how dangerous was the lead we are using in a petrol, setting in so many diseases in the people because of lead toxicity, tetraethyl, tetramethyl. When all countries had gone lead-free, why we were not? That was my question. I analyzed so many cattle heads perished. I analyzed so many human being samples of lead poisoning at Radhanagar Haveli. Mustakji knows it very well, on the border of Maharashtra and Radhanagar Haveli. We could give the unleaded petrol to this country with the force that we could create. And now all of us are breathing at this clean air as far as the automobile emissions are concerned. So this is how I wish that all of you should identify the issues and problems in society, right from yourself, your own house, your own society, your own country, and you must aim at that you could address these problems. With this, I wish the conference a great success, and please permit me to join the other meetings going on this auditorium, the condolence meeting of our great friend. Once again, thank you for inviting me, and I'm indebted to Antulay and his family for having such a good patronizing that I could cultivate them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, sir, for your outstanding and very informative knowledge, informative your lecture. Thank you, sir. I would like to hand over Dr. Vishwas Chavan, sir. Vishwas Chavan,
Yeah,
sir.
sir. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Within a short period, he accepted our request to attend the conference and give and talk on their experience. Thank you once again, Dr. Edi Saban, sir. He has another meeting. Now, I want to ask and call upon here and introduce some issues about our president. I would like to introduce our president of governing body of Unnati Mitra Mandal, Mumbai, who run the college. And we have a charming personality, Honorable Mushtaq Antulay Sahib. He is our motivator, guide, counselor, mentor. He is also the vice president of well-known premier education institution, that is Anjuman Islam, Mumbai, which runs engineering, architecture, hotel management, arts, commerce, science colleges, schools, etc. in Mumbai and suburbs. He is the former president of Maharashtra Pollution Control Board and also ex-member of Legislative Council Government of Maharashtra. We are always enlightened with his smiling and cheerful face.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Always motivate us. I am requesting our president of our college, Dr. Mushtaq Antulay Sahib, to deliver your chairman's speech, sir. Please, sir.
I am extremely happy to be associated with this one-day international multidisciplinary conference today, organized by Vasantrao Naik, College of Arts and Commerce, Murud. I am particularly very happy today that my old friend, a great scholar, Dr. A.D. Sawant, is participating today, and he has given his keynote address. I thank Dr. Nagar Baudi, I thank Dr. Vishwas Chavan for giving me this opportunity to meet my very, very dear and old friend, though on Zoom meeting, Dr. A.D. Sawant. I have just heard his speech very carefully, and I was listening to each and every word that he was saying. I share a lot of concerns and a lot of his views on many, many subjects which are very, very important for today's world. Particularly when he was talking about cleaning of the rivers from pollutants, talking about conversion of solid waste to energy, promotion of development of clean energy. All these subjects which he was talking are very dear to my heart also. And I feel that, as he rightly put it, I will be constantly and many times referring to what he was saying, not because I want to praise him, but because it was touching my heart. And when he was talking about the educational system where we have to not only produce graduates, we don't have to produce only people who will be in the society carrying a certificate or a degree in their pocket, but we have to produce a generation, a future generation for this country, who will care for this country, who will care for the conservation of resources of this country, who will care for the not only development and progress of the country, but maintaining harmony in the country, maintaining brotherhood in the country. Since we are now talking to an audience which is from outside this country also, I want to inform my honorable delegates from outside this country that this country has got a great past, civilization of thousands of years. This country is having diversity and as well as maintaining unity. Diversity in religion, diversity in languages, diversity in customs, so many things. But even then, this country has remained united for such a long time. So what we are going to give to the future generations of this country, to the future generations of the world, that the world and the country should be livable. A time may not come, unfortunately, that we will not be able to breathe clean air, as Dr. A.D. Sawant was saying, thanks to the scientists like Dr. A.D. Sawant and many of his generation who have developed techniques and technologies which have given us this new source of energy, that is electricity produced by hydroelectricity, then solar energy, solar power, solar energy or solar electricity, now which is being used for even the vehicles which transport us. It's a great achievement. I remember those days 30 years back when I was staying in Delhi with my honorable uncle, who was a member of parliament, and it was so difficult to breathe on the roads of Delhi in those days before the Delhi transport system started uh, discarding old vehicles which were producing a lot of pollution. Now, Delhi is a much better city, and even all other cities in India, where we see, like in Mumbai also, we see lot many buses which have got green energy. All this has happened. All this development has taken place only and only because of people like Dr. A.D. Sawant, who is not only who has held many positions in the government, many positions in the university, but somebody who has studied this subject and who has his knowledge of this subject. And not only that, he has the knowledge, he has the expertise, but he wants to give it to the society, because giving is the best quality that a human being can have. You may have knowledge, you may have wealth, you may have expertise, but if there is no desire, if there is no passion to give that to the society, then that knowledge and that wealth will only remain confined to yourself and to your household. So I salute, I really salute Dr. A.D. Sawant for his achievements and his excellent talk that he gave today. I thank all the organizers. I thank Dr. Kishore Wagmare, who is associated with this college during last year also. He was there. This year also he is there. And Dr. Nagar Baudi and Dr. Vishwas Chavan, who are taking care of this college. This college has already been informed to all the participants, is in a remote area of Raigad district. That is an area which is known as Konkan. And incidentally, Dr. A.D. Sawant also belongs to Konkan. He is from Thane neighboring district, that is Thane, which is now been divided into two, Thane and Palghar. So I congratulate all the participants for participating in today's conference, multidisciplinary conference. I wish that this conference, these deliberations of this conference will throw light on many issues which are confronting the society, which are confronting the educational institutions, which are confronting the student community and the teaching community. So I hope and pray that all the deliberations will result in a very good discussion and this concluding conclusions, which will be certainly of benefit to not only our students, but all other colleges also. And with these words, since I do not want to take much of your time, this is valuable time, and time is always valuable, but it's more valuable when you are on Zoom meetings. So I do not want to take much of your time. Thank you so much for talking very highly about me, though I do not deserve all those words which were spoken about me. I must inform this gathering that this organization which is running this college is having one more college in again Raigad district, remote area of Raigad district, that is Masala. And there we have introduced science faculty also. Dr. A.D. Sawant will be very happy to know that during last 5 years, we have added one science degree college in Masla and one English medium school in Srivardhan. I invite all of you, but particularly Dr. A.D. Sawant, to visit these two institutions in near future. I will invite him independently also, and invite all of you to please do come and see what we are doing in very, very remote area of Raigad district. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, Mukta Sahib, and also A.D. Sawant. We teacher always ready to hear from Mustaq Sahib also, because he is not only a chairman or president of our college, as he is a vice president of a big premier institution, that is Anjuman Islam, and that Anjuman Islam have various branches like technology, commerce, and etc. That's why they are full of knowledge, and we always listen from him.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Various thoughts,
So
various thoughts.
if you permit us, myself and Dr. A.D.
Yeah.
Sawant, can we leave the conference, or do we have to be present for some more time? I will be very happy. I would have been very happy to remain with you for a longer time, but I have another commitment, and something is waiting for me. Some other meeting is waiting for me. So,
Yeah.
if you permit me, can I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Now I am hand over this conference for vote of thanks to Dr. J.K. Kamble, our associate professor. Kamble, sir, please.
Yes,
vote
yes.
of thanks.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay. Good morning to everyone and all present here. Respected and most distinguished chief guest, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawant, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Professor, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, former Joint Director, Higher Education, Mumbai, and Honorable Chairman of this function and President of our institution, Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, and former Chairman, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, and member of Legislative Council, Government of Maharashtra, respected Antulay Sahib, respected Nagar Bawdi Sir, the principal, and Dr. Viswas Chavan, Vice Principal of our college, and all respected resource persons, HODs, professors, researchers, PhD scholars, participants from India and abroad for this one-day online international multidisciplinary conference organized by the Faculty of Arts, Commerce, and IQAC Cell, Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Barrister A.R. Antulay Sahib, Campus Murud Janjira, Raigad, Maharashtra, India. It is an honor to me to get this opportunity to thank you all dignitaries on behalf of the Faculty of Arts, Commerce, and IQAC Cell of Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Murud Janjira, Maharashtra. First of all, I extend a warm welcome to this gathering. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of inaugural of this event and for their presence and contribution to make this conference a great success. First of all, I would like to thank our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawant, former Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, to take out the time from his busy schedule to grace this event. Thank you, sir. Your keynote address made this conference very meaningful and interesting. I would like to give my hearty vote of thanks to the President of our inaugurating function and our institution, Honorable Mushtaq Antulay Sahib, for inaugurating this one-day international multidisciplinary conference.
सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है कामले सर कांबळे सर तुमचा आवाज येत नाहीये सर लेक्चर एक मिनिटात चालू होईल तुमचं लेक्चर सर
हॅलो
येस हे फक्त मोजून 40
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हॅलो
Uh,
हॅलो
hello. Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes. A special thanks to principal of our college, Dr. Mehboob Nagarwadi, and Vice Principal Vishwas Chavan for providing immense support to make this conference successful. I would like to give my vote of thanks to the staff and coordinators of this event. I must thank Wagmare Brothers, the organizing team, to host this conference, make successful. Finally, I thank all participants who are making this event successful. Thank you very much, sir, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamble sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, sir. With the permission.
Now, yes, sir. Yes, sir. No.
Permission of principal of Sri Naik College, Murud Janjira, to start our resource person first lecture. May permission?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now it is your duty.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now you are the host.
Yes, sir. The next respected resource person, my guru, my God guru, Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir from University of Pune, Savitribai Phule Pune University, ex-HOD of Library and Information Science. He's outstanding and my guru of Library and Information Science. Whatever I have made, I have built up my career in the field of Library and Information Science because of Kumar sir. My guru, I would like to read the biodata of my guru. Dr. Kumar sir was working in HPT College as a lecturer, professor in Library and Information Science. After that, taken the charge of HOD of Library and Information Science, Savitribai Phule University, and now sir have been facilitated and retired from University of Pune. It is my duty to give sir the opportunity to please deliver your outstanding knowledge of Library and Information Science. Sir, please continue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wagmare.
Thank you, sir.
He should be congratulated because recently he has got his doctoral degree. And the college which has organized this conference, though it is from a remote area. It seems to be a very active college, Vasantrao Naik College, Murud Janjira, the authorities of the college, and dear participants. It is indeed my pleasure to be with you this morning to talk about the research and some components of the research. As we listened to our predecessors, actually, they talked about the value of research. This particular conference, which is basically being organized as research methods in a number of subjects like sports and science and social science and humanities and library science. So a multidisciplinary international conference. So the subject is not the limit. The method itself is actually a subject in this case. Very true that research is so important for the development of human society. Whatever we have progressed till now, including the very recent phenomenal achievements of India in the field of research, that is the Chandrayaan exploration. All that is possible because of the fantastic research, the humanity, right from, you may call it Charles Babbage, you may call it actually Newton, and all those stalwarts across the world, they have contributed to the research. And you, the people who have joined this particular conference, who are going to present their papers on different aspects of research, maybe in their own subject fields. Friends, research has many dimensions. One of the dimensions, at whatever stages of your research, some of you might have already completed your research, some of you may be in the process of completing your doctoral research, some of you must be working on some research projects, not necessarily for the academic degree purpose. Some of you may be students actually just having a curiosity what research is about. For all of them, I just want to tell that research has many dimensions, and one of the important dimensions is data, its collection. Friends, for any sort of research, whether you are conducting research in science and technology, in the laboratories or in the fields, in social sciences, you have to collect data, you have to collect facts, you have to collect actually evidences about your research problem. Now, we have to also be very knowledgeable about the types of data, because actually your objectives and your purpose of research and the type of data, they should be actually, go in a synchronized manner. They should match it. So we have to keep in mind that there are qualitative data, there is quantitative data also. What type of data you want to collect will necessarily depend upon the nature of research. It will also depend upon the purpose of your research. It will also depend upon the budget available to you. Remember, actually, quantitative data is more precise data. Here where your mastery over the facet of research called data will certainly help you to have a more quality research. And for that purpose, you must know the features of the data also. Quantitative data, always it helps you to compute the things, the phenomena in more precise manner. You must be knowing actually the quantities are measured in fractions and even microfractions. That is not the case with the qualitative data. Qualitative data is very difficult to measure. For example, a person laughed or smiled. Very difficult to differentiate. Qualitative data is all about your emotions, your feelings, your expectations, your satisfaction. This is the qualitative data. But then what happens? Through qualitative data, you are able to capture a micro element about your samples. That is not the case with quantitative data. And that's the reason at the very beginning of your research, when you are formulating your research problem, when you are preparing your research proposal, when you are deciding your objectives, when you are formulating your hypothesis, you have to decide your research is going to collect which type of data, whether it is quantitative or a qualitative one. One more thing you must know actually, as a part of your own knowledge form about data, that the quantitative data is very easy to analyze. There are so many softwares now available for the analysis of quantitative data, like software for social sciences. Of course, there are softwares for analyzing the qualitative data also, but then it is difficult to analyze the qualitative data, particularly the categorization of qualitative data becomes too complicated. But at the same time, the qualitative research, particularly from the field of social sciences, does help you to understand the real problems of the society. And that's the reason we have to know these features of the data, whether it is quantitative or qualitative. Friends, once actually you decide to which type of data you are going to gather, then you have to think about what methodologies you are going to use, what techniques and tools you are going to use for collecting the data. That is actually going to be the focus of my talk. For collecting data, friends, there are some very common techniques and tools that you people are already aware. Questionnaire, interview, observation. These are the most common techniques and tools for collecting data, whether your research may belong to science and technology or social science discipline, makes no difference. I'm not going to talk about this because this is what you people know. What I'm more interested to share with you, beyond these three most common techniques and tools adopted for collecting data, there are many more innovative, unique, specialized data collection techniques and tools. Some of them are, friends, focus group interviews. For example, actually, we know the interview technique where the respondent and the interviewer, the researcher, are face-to-face, one-to-one, and actually the researcher is trying to explore, trying to extract information data from the respondent, from the sample. There it is one-to-one. But in focus group discussions or focus groups interview, a small group of respondents is gathered there, maybe 8 to 10 people at a time. And these 8 to 10 people together, they actually respond to the researcher's query one after the another. The greatest benefit of focus group interview method or focus group discussion method is that you are able to get more matured, more informative responses from the respondents, because they listen to one respondent and then they listen to the another one and then they listen to the third one and the fourth, fifth and next respondent. They are actually giving their information, their opinion, their expectations on the basis of the earlier listening. And that's the reason actually in the modern time, more qualitative researchers are trying to gather data from with the help of a focus group discussion methodology. The researcher here acts as a moderator as well as he takes note of the discussions that goes on. Friends, the greatest benefit of focus group interview method, you may try this actually. Maybe if you are writing an article for a conference or writing for an article for an international peer-reviewed journal, there you can actually use this methodology because it has got many benefits. You are able to actually, get more, what you can say, surprise data. Because in one-to-one interview, what happens? You ask a question and the respondent limits the focus of his answer, his response to that particular question. Here, what happens? Once you ask a question, all 8 to 12 people are listening the question at the same time. Their brains start working and they try to give you more deep information. Another very similar data collection technique is narrative interviews. Friends, there are separate books on all these research data collection techniques and tools. There are separate books on these narrative interviews where it is useful to gather information about critical incidences in the life of the respondents, where the respondent first gives a general experience of the incident of the event, followed by the researcher's probing. You know, probing is one component of a researcher where he goes on inquiring and actually follows his questions one after the another as deep as possible, actually. As far as this narrative interview means, the researcher is not asking many questions. The respondent himself is narrating the incident as detailed as possible, and the researcher is taking note of that. That is so useful, actually. In the same category of narrative interview, there is oral history interview method, life histories, where again the respondent himself is narrating his own life story, actually. How useful they are actually to get the details of one's life. Similar to this, there is a third method, and now actually the national education policy, which has been formulated recently and now been implemented all over the nation. In the postgraduate programs, the NEP has made research methodology paper compulsory, and along with that, they have made one more component compulsory, that is field work, on-job training, and all that. Friends, field study itself is one of the methods to collect data. So useful, where the researcher visits the field. The field can be anything, actually, a place, a library, a forest, a field, a factory, a shop, a mall, where he goes there into the field, onto the field, and by observing, actually, he takes note of the happenings in his surroundings, and that, what you can say, actually a live data he is able to actually capture, and it is so useful, actually. That method is called field study. But of course, for field study, you have to have a observation chart with you, and you should be able to actually maybe take photographs so that you don't miss out anything from the observations. The next very interesting, uncommon, or unique technique and tool for data collection is diary and journal techniques. Not much used, actually, but so useful to get the respondents, what you can say, live happenings recorded in his own words, which you may not even think about asking questions in the common data collection techniques. The diary and journal techniques, here what is done, a diary is issued, is given to the potential respondent, and he or she is requested that about whatever topic you are conducting the research, the incidences, happenings, feelings, opinions, expressions about that event should be recorded in the diary. For example, in a library science, our student use this technique of data collection, where if the researcher is interested in tracking, in collecting data about students' reading habit, in this case, a diary is given to each of the, say, for example, 50, 60 students, which form your sample. And there, the students are guided, instructed how to maintain a diary of their own reading behavior. Since the topic of research is reading, the students will be recording in the diary only those evidences, those feelings, those happenings which are related with reading. For example, he read a book, he will note it down. He wrote something, he will note it down. He thought of something about reading, he will note it down. In this way, actually, see what happens otherwise. In case of interviews and those in questionnaire also, see the information is provided by from your memory. You might forget something, but you still try to actually recall it and write it. In diary and journal method, it doesn't happen because you record it live. Something happened right now, you will record it. Maybe to the most at the end of the day, because diary itself means a record created on daily basis. And that is the reason actually quickly forgettable data, you can only collect it through diary and journal techniques. How useful is this? I tell you, otherwise we all know that what happens when somebody fills in questionnaire, he will think for, okay, if you ask this question, what was the first book you read in your life? Very difficult to know. Even if you try to ask them which books you have read, very difficult. But in the diary method, what happens? You read a book, you will note it down immediately. So data about experiences, real time, that is recorded in diary. Data about what you can say their user experience, maybe customer experiences, that is recorded. How this is done? The diary is issued to the potential respondent for a specific time span, right? Sometimes maybe you can even provide an incentive to get data through such method. That is, think aloud tech protocol is another technique, a unique technique, a lesser used technique for data collection. That is think aloud protocol, TAP. In this case, again, look at how unique it is. What happens many times when you are performing a particular task, your brain is also thinking. Imagine a commerce student is doing research about the customer's behavior and he wants to get data from the customers who are visiting a mall. In this case, the think aloud protocol technique of data collection is used to collect data. How? The researcher will go along with the respondent and will request the respondent whatever thoughts are coming in his mind about the mall, about the surrounding, about the arrangement, about the treatment given by the staff there, all that the respondent is requested to speak loudly of the thoughts they are appearing in his mind. So those thoughts, the person expresses loudly. That is why it is called think aloud. For example, he may say, oh, this arrangement is very inconvenient. Or the other way, he may say, oh, this is fantastic. How good. Or he may say that the staff is very polite and very helpful. Look at that. No, if you try to get similar data through interviews and questionnaires, he has to recall it back that some incidences, oh, what was your experience of a mall treatment? And he will say, oh, I don't really recall. Here it doesn't happen. Here it is that live, whatever is happening and that happening is getting reflected through his brain, that is being coming out and you record it and you speak about. Friends, in addition to this, there are many modern techniques and tools for data collection. As modern researchers, who are interested to make the research very sound, useful, valid, applicable, maybe converting it to patents, in that case, you must always think for more innovative tools and techniques to capture data. For example, one of the modern tools related with the technology or a technology-based tool is called social media listening. Yes, this technique of data collection is named as social media listening, where a researcher can collect data from the social media conversations. Don't you think actually, we all know whether it is Facebook, whether it is WhatsApp, whether it is Instagram, and all those other Twitter, all those social media medias, they are actually generating a lot of information every day. Anything that happens in a society, the society responds to it. Don't you think it is a huge data? It's a ready-made mechanism. Everybody is expressing something. You should have a perfect mechanism to listen to those thoughts that have been expressed, capture those, interpret, and come out with a fantastic patterns that you can identify what those communication, those conversations, ultimately they are indicating happy, negative, positive, progressive, something like that, angry, whatever it may be. You will be able to actually collect a live data coming out of the society's mind. You can say that is called social media listening. Online surveys are very common these days. You people must be knowing a survey monkey-like mechanism where it allows you to create your questionnaire or your data collection tools online and you circulate it and collect data. So is the case actually with Google Docs also. You can circulate the questionnaire and collect the data from that. Being used in the modern time to a lot many times, and it is helping you to collect huge data in shortest possible time. Mobile surveys, of course, are so common. Even wearable devices, friends, these are the fantastic mechanism to collect data, because see, those wearable devices, they are able to give data, not just a physiological data, but even that you can relate with your thinking, whether you are under pressure, whether something, very, what you can say, emotional is going on in your brain. All these wearing devices are capable to provide you huge data. Transaction logs is another a new mechanism to collect data. Transaction logs. See, every day through technology, hundreds and thousands and crores of transactions taking place through libraries, through malls, through ATM machines and all that. Each of your transaction on your devices, whether it is mobile, whether it is your laptop, is creating a log, creating a record. That is what ultimately is resulting into big data. And that ultimately is going to a discipline called data analytics. Restricting my discussion only up to techniques and tools for data collection, what I want to bring to your notice, yes, as far as transaction logs are concerned, these are actually the secondary data mechanism. Primary data, what you collected to very specially prepared tools for data collection, whereas secondary data, actually the data is already available and you analyze it. In the transaction logs case, I tell you, lot of data is generated every day. You should have your eye on that as far as your own discipline is concerned, and collecting that data will be so useful. You can adapt various best practices in choosing the appropriate data collection techniques and tools. Yes, friends, what I talk about half a dozen data collection techniques and tools which are unique and common one, where the common one already I displayed. You have to actually choose from the various available data collection techniques and tools. There, how you choose it? Actually, your expertise, your mastery in research methodology should enable you. So first of all, you must acquire your mastery on the methodology. And for selecting an appropriate data collection technique and tool. And what do you mean by appropriate? Appropriate data collection techniques and tools are those techniques and tools which are able to give you accurate data, valid data, adequate data, appropriate data. Now, in the absence of this, if your data is not accurate, obviously your results are going to go wrong. Your analysis is going to go wrong. Your findings are going to be incorrect. If you collect actually a mismatching data, mismatching to your objective and purpose, there is no purpose of will be served. And you have to certainly collect adequate data, because then only you will be able to generalize, then only your findings will be valid one. For that purpose, you should be able to select appropriate data collection techniques and tools. And how do you do that? For that, your objective must be very clear. So the whole research activity is an integrated one. Though we are talking about data collection, but now I say, when you want to select your data collection technique and tool, you have to think in terms of clear objective. If your objectives are clear, it will help you to select appropriate data collection techniques and tools. At the same time, you have to prepare your data collection tools very, very carefully. See, for example, even if you have a interview as a data collection techniques, you have to use the tools like either you are recording the interview, the responses. You may be using actually tape recorder or audio video recorder, or maybe you are noting it down. So there, your tools itself, your questionnaire on paper itself is a tool that should be appropriate. Your question should be appropriate. That has to be there. And in order to ensure that your selected data collection techniques and tool is appropriate, you have to conduct a pilot study. Pilot studies are always actually a mechanism to ensure that you have arrived at appropriate data collection techniques and tools. Friends, while concluding, I will recommend that try to use as innovative techniques and tools for data collection, because through that you will be able to collect more valuable data. Many times I tell you, when international journals reviewers, they review our article, they do have focus on what methodology has been adopted by this particular researcher. Is the methodology itself is innovative, there are more chances of getting your article published. So I wish you all the best for conducting quality research in large quantity, and I express my thanks to Dr. Wagmare and Vasantrao Naik College authorities for inviting me to have a few words on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for informative and knowledgeable lecture delivered. Thank behalf of Vasantrao Naik College, behalf of Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Take care, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to hand over the next session, respected Dr. Janice Fernandez, madam, the second lecture. Before starting the lecture, I would like to read the biodata of the Janice Fernandez, madam. Dr. Janice Fernandez, madam, is working as a scientist in library and information science in the West London University since last 15 years. Madam have been guided so many PhD students, MPhil students, and Master of Library Science students, BLib students also. He is working as a scientist in library and information science, and he has been done national, international events, conferences, participated and presented patents, research papers, and guided at West London University students, UK. I would like to request Janice Fernandez, madam. Please continue, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kishore Wagmare. Thank you to the organizers of this conference. Thank you to Vasantrao Naik College trustees. And it has been a joy to listen to and see many faces which are familiar to me now. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me begin by sharing my presentation, so you would have an idea of.
Allowed for sharing. Sharing
Yeah.
button is active.
Yes, thank you, sir. Is that visible?
It is visible. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So the topic of my talk today, I wanted it to be research oriented and yet a little bit relevant as well as interesting. So the topic of my presentation today is Information for All, Stories from the UK. Dr. Kishore Wagmare has already done an introduction. I have a dual role. I am an academic support manager at the University of West London. I am also a subject librarian for the London College of Music. I'm going to begin with a very basic definition of research, just to sort of put the emphasis on it as investigation and reaching new conclusions. I'm just going to put in a slide of the research cycle just to reiterate that. And then when you look at my research question, you would see the elements in it. So what I plan to do is something like this, but I would like to emphasize on elements towards a more holistic approach. So I thought of doing a research question like this. I have been asked by a number of participants at the conferences that I speak at, what are the recruitment opportunities in the UK? How is the recruitment process handled? What is different about it and what we can learn, both as a person handling the recruitment as well as a person applying to the post. I put this research question and I thought of the objectives. What were the elements involved in the planning? What are the stages involved? I took the scope as the field of library and information science. Unfortunately, my limitation was that I was just focused on one field. And of course, other industries might have different methods. My data collection was basically qualitative, a lot of it through observations, looking at various websites, talking to people, interviewing people, a lot of oral history from candidates who had applied to various posts, as well as slightly autoethnographical, like you might say, a lived experience, my own experiences of applying to various posts in the field of library and information science in the UK. My data analysis involved websites and also putting in some data as well as interpreting it through Excel. The findings of my research is as follows. So this is my answer basically to people who ask me about recruitment opportunities in the UK. So how do you find them? So you do a Google search for job sites. You would also do a site-specific job search. What helps is having effective search strategies. And I think the strength of an information professional in getting together the right search terms, the right keywords, and the right Boolean operators in between, or selecting the right filters will help you to get more focused results. The other thing obviously would be you upload your CV on the job sites, and of course you register for job alerts. I am looking at various parallels. So in the UK, Read and Indeed are two very strong job sites. I presume in India it is Naukri.com, probably Monster. I don't know if that's a bit old now, but I'm sure there are parallel websites that you would look for. We also have specific websites like the government website, gov.uk. Also, the Guardian job. So the Guardian is basically a newspaper, a very reputed newspaper in the UK, but the Guardian has jobs that they advertise there. The local councils, like what you would call of a local town thing, they also advertise for jobs on their website. Like Hounslow is a town, Ealing is another one, and so the councils advertise for vacancies on their own websites. Other options. So other options, and this came from a lot of interviews and talking to people, are job fairs. So as you can see, there are 2 upcoming job fairs now, but job fairs happen all through the year in multiple locations, where you have a lot of people gathering together in one place and a lot of employers advertising for different types of jobs. They might be labor intensive, they might be skill intensive, they might be academically defined, or they might be very specialized. You get it all at one place. So there is like a face-to-face job searching, but you also get a lot of career advice where you can sort of brush up on interview skills. And they have like small workshops where you can do like mock interviews, or there will be somebody who will take a look at your CV and probably guide you about it. Government funded employment agencies are called job centers. And a number of people who are between jobs will go to a job center to get some more advice about how to apply, or what are the techniques, or what more they can do about it. There are also training opportunities for the unemployed. This is especially true because, as we are all aware, IT keeps changing. So if you want to upskill yourself, if you want to be more in tune with what is happening, you need to learn the latest skills. And so job centers are valuable. There are, of course, also company websites and mailing lists. CILIP, that is the Chartered Institute of Library and Information Professionals, the websites of universities, information professional websites. So these are very specific, and jobs are always advertised on them. So I have looked at just librarianship, or the field of library and information science, and I have split up the whole focus into 3 types of libraries. So there's academic libraries, public libraries, and special libraries in the UK. What this slide shows is some of the roles. So the important thing is, I would take my CV, I would look at my qualifications, and I would think which of these roles I can apply for. What best matches my qualifications, knowledge, and skills? That's the table that's in the center of this slide. So librarians today and all over the world are also known as publishing technologies librarian, digital resources manager, open access manager, and various such roles. The other 2 bits are actually showing you, I have put snapshots of jobs available in the UK today. So this is very recent, and you have very specialized things like wordings and clause librarian, or you have like a training and clinical support librarian, just to let you know how focused it is. Also to let you know how you can then brush up on your skills to match it, or you might want to tweak your CV a little bit to match it to what is being advertised for. The other bit that I told you is in the UK, we have public libraries. There is a network, a very wide network of public libraries in the UK. And when you enter the country, the first place you would go to is a public library. The first place, literally. Public libraries have all information about housing, about cultures, about job availability, about benefits. All of that information is in public libraries. And of course, they are the powerhouse of knowledge. Now, public libraries have different roles that they advertise for. So maybe a librarian in a university would be a library manager in a public library, because you basically manage the people, the place, and the resources. They also have very specific, like a weekend library assistant. So probably you might just want to work on a weekend, okay? Or you might want to work as a part-time library assistant. So all of those roles are also advertised. And as you can see, there are very specific roles like library partner manager digitization services. And that's actually a vacancy from Google London. There is an operations team leader vacancy at the University of Greenwich, and there is a Saturday senior library assistant post. So there are all of these varied vacancies. The third bit is special libraries. Special libraries are clinical, like the National Health Service. There are various charities like Wellcome Trust. There might be a legal or a political library like Gray's Inn. And the roles like archivist, say, or in a museum, or a curator, and also very strongly prison librarians. So every prison must have a prison librarian and a team. And of course, there are classes happening, and so the library supports those academic needs of prisoners. So as you can see, there is a vacancy for a digital content manager at Wellcome Trust. There is also the head of archives in England, and the House of Commons itself has a vacancy for knowledge exchange manager. I put all this together to sort of give you an idea of now how you would have to do the search. Because obviously, if you search for, say, librarian, all of these would not come up. Like knowledge exchange manager would not come up in your search. So just to understand the varied names that the same information professional has. That is London for you. Now coming to the job preparation. So every task has to have a planning stage before a stage of implementation. And it is the same for your job preparation as well. I presume every person listening to this today has a CV. What I would like to ask you is how updated it is. When did you last look at it? Is it correct in terms of your latest qualifications, in terms of the latest courses you might have attended? Is it also correct in terms of grammatical errors, in terms of fonts, sizes, spacing? Is it too long? Have you put in too much data? Is it too short? Have you not put in data? Time to probably all go back and have a look at this, and hopefully by the end, towards the end of the day, you should put something in your diary or calendar which says, look at my CV. A number of us put photographs either on social media or in your CV as a part of your profile. To try and keep photographs professional, go to a photo studio and invest in a good photograph. The idea being that before I meet the person, I have seen the photograph, and so I have an understanding of what I am looking for. There is the cover letter and the supporting statement that are two elements for most jobs. I'm sure the cover letter applies to you all as well. So you always send in your CV and your cover letter. So there are lots of cover letter templates. Do you want it too big? Do you want it too short? Do you want to write a lot? Or are you just giving a hint, a flavor of all that you've done? Depends on you. After your CV, the next question I want to ask you all is, do you have a LinkedIn profile? Is it updated? Are you active on it? I'm sure we are all active on other social media. However, LinkedIn is the place where your recruiter will go to first. From my own experience, I do a lot of recruitments. And I always like to go on LinkedIn and look very professionally at what the candidate has been doing. So just a hint to improve your visibility. I have been told that rather than liking a post, if you comment on a post or if you repost, it sort of increases your visibility. But there are a number of LinkedIn bits on the internet that tells you how to create a good profile. Also with LinkedIn, to tell you that there is also LinkedIn Learning. And I do a lot of LinkedIn Learning in my free time. It takes you half an hour to sit in a quiet space and do a LinkedIn Learning, say, on how to make a good presentation, or formulae in Excel, or advanced Excel. And it is a learning curve all the time. So you are getting some more information. The application form. So in the UK, when you apply for a job for the posts of library and information professional, it is always an online process on the website of the institution, and it is an application form which has your personal details, which has your qualifications, which has your previous experience, which has your current experience, and it might ask a couple of questions to be answered. It may also just ask for a supporting statement. Now, when the job is advertised, there are two bits. There is a job description and there is a person specification. So you read both and you see if you fit into that role. References are absolutely necessary. The advantage of the jobs going through HR is that there is an element of confidentiality. So it is a totally transparent process, and it offers equal opportunities. So at the first instance, we don't know who is the person applying. You just have a number, and then you can shortlist totally blank. So there are equal opportunities provided. There is a shortlisting process, then there is a call for interview, and obviously you would confirm that. I've just put a couple of questions that are sometimes asked in the application form, and you prepare your answer to this. So please describe how you meet the requirements of this job role, or outline examples of something. And it is always nice to give examples. Examples actually show that you have done that project. Now, the application form contains three parts: your qualification, knowledge, and experience as the first bit. And you would here list your degrees. You start with your PhD, maybe your MPhil, your master's, your bachelor's, and any additional diploma, certifications, or anything else that you might have got. You would also write about your awards. You would also say if you were pursuing something, like you would say PhD pursuing, or PhD enrolled, or whatever, say July 2022 or something. demonstrate knowledge of projects, and as far as possible, give case studies. So some of the things I am speaking about is, say, do you have experience of managing a team? Wherever the role requires you to work with young people like children, say in schools or in public libraries, they will ask you if you know safeguarding procedures. It is very important, and you would have to do something called a DBS check, which is a disclosures and bearing check. In public libraries, they don't always want academic qualifications. Like they say, it is your enthusiasm for helping others that makes you really stand out. And so your application should have very good examples of how you have helped people who were in need of urgent information. Say a healthcare professional or a doctor or an old person who was struggling with finding something. Those things stand out. What are the skills and attributes necessary for the role? So the application form will have specific skills that you need for the role. There would be communication skills if you are at the front, if you're doing like a customer experience role. So if you are at the circulation desk of a library, you would need stronger communication skills as opposed to if you are in the purchasing. You need IT skills, maybe they talk about time management. A number of these skills are transferable skills, but you need to demonstrate them. So say, for example, if I worked at the front desk of Air India, I had very good communication skills, very good IT skills, very good time management skills. If I am now applying for a job in a university library, I should be able to demonstrate how these skills are transferable, how they can be used in other roles as well. A lot of focus is also on continuing professional development. And I would like to emphasize this to every person listening in today. You need to develop yourself through your own initiative. So you need to attend conferences, you need to write papers, you need to do some self-learning, some reflection. It is a part of growing in the role. Now, the interview process itself is online, and the interview panel here is normally always diverse. So you would have male and female and people of different ethnicities. Now, something that we have started at the University of West London Library is that we are trying to make the interview process not so scary. So 50% of the interview questions we supply to shortlisted candidates. And I would urge people who are listening in who might be in the process of recruiting people. So say if you are a head of department, or you are a librarian, or you are somebody who is in the process of recruiting, give this a thought. Do you want the interview to be an examination, or do you want it to be a more friendly and a better way of getting skill sets out? So sometimes we would say deliver a presentation. Sometimes we would say talk to us about a time when you successfully concluded a project. It is more of a slightly less formal process. So we would like it to be more friendly, and we would like the candidate to not be so nervous and anxious and scared of the whole process. We would also like to have more personal reflections. So it is okay to say that the project did not succeed or the project could not be completed on time. It doesn't always have to be completed on time. What is important is what you learned from the process. So maybe collaboration didn't work well, maybe the coordination, maybe the intra-departmental communication didn't work well, but there was something that you learned from that process. And that is what the panel wants to know. What did you learn from the process for the next time? And there is a question that I normally always like to ask people. What do you enjoy most in this role? And what do you think will be challenging for you? It is nice to see what people's strengths are, and it is nice to see what they themselves know as their own strength. So give yourselves a minute to each think in whatever role you are at this point of time. What do you enjoy most? Do you enjoy talking to people? Do you enjoy writing? Do you enjoy analyzing data? Do you enjoy PowerPoints? Do you enjoy the leading on a project? Do you enjoy being a team player? Various things to think about. After the induction process, when the successful candidate is informed and the successful candidate then comes in and joins the institution, there is a period of induction. And for all of you who are a part of institutions where you can make changes, do try and introduce a well-documented 3-week process of induction. We all do this, but it's all very informal. So we take people to meet various people, but then there is no record of what that person does, just to make the whole process more documented so that it is then helpful for the next entrant. Okay. So what we normally have is like a 2 or 3 week thing where you have a daily series of information and tasks, like you would do housekeeping. Maybe you get a set of keys, maybe you get an ID card, maybe you would go to HR first, you fill out some forms, maybe you go to IT and you get a laptop sanctioned to you, you have a desk, you are told what the process is like. And of course, there is constant review and feedback. The idea of putting this slide in was to answer the question at the end of the slide. So when an employee does not perform to a desired satisfaction rate, who is responsible? While we often tend to blame the employee, I sometimes think it is because the induction process was not really well established, and maybe the employee was not really aware of what they need to do, whom they need to report to, how they need to report, what they need to demonstrate. Just some food for thought. In any role, there is a basic role, there are specific tasks, and there are things that you must do. I have just put in stuff which was a part of my role. So as a subject librarian for the London College of Music and Performing Arts, I am responsible for creating subject guides, for creating videos. I do information literacy. So I go to class and I teach, and in a semester, I take like 40 lectures. I also do one-to-one sittings with students who email me. I also do like small group sessions, and in a semester, I would do like 40 to 50 hours of one-to-one sessions. So it's part of a mentoring for the MPhil and the PhD students. I do a lot of that, but I'm also responsible for collection development. I'm responsible for the budget, and as manager, I handle 3 large schools in the university. So what we call as a school is actually College of Computing and Engineering, the College of Nursing and Midwifery, and Music and Performing Arts. One of the important things in any role should always be feedback. So give yourselves a minute to think of your role. What are you employed as? And how do you get feedback to understand that whatever processes you have put in place are working? They are the best one. They are efficient. Try and understand, because unless you get feedback, you can't change. And if you don't change, you would stagnate. So there is a circle that goes on there. There are other specific tasks that I do as well. I'm on meetings, I'm on the school boards, I'm in the course committee meetings. I also train the teachers. So it is a train to the trainer sessions. And there are things that I must do. I must look at the goals that I've set up as a part of my appraisal. I must look at continuing professional development. So I would write research papers, I would attend conferences like this one, I would do maybe online webinars where I may speak or I may just go in as a participant. I would do LinkedIn learning. I do like lunchtime lectures, lots of these things. I normally present a paper at the UWL Festival of Learning and Teaching. And I have just recently acquired a qualification as a fellow of the Higher Education Academy. And I'm now working towards my senior fellowship. I am emphasizing on continuing professional development, because things that work for me is a buddy system. So sometimes, even in the course of your PhD, do you have a buddy, another colleague who's doing PhD, somebody who will call you up and check how is it progressing, where have you reached, where are you stuck, do you want to celebrate the success of finishing the first chapter? Small things like that matter. You need to celebrate every milestone. Otherwise, the PhD journey becomes really long and arduous. Lots of other small things that I do, but I contribute to a newsletter. And of course, I am a mentor, not only for students, but also for colleagues. So that is something that you could do as well. Document what you do, because you can then add it to your CV and you can say that you are a formal mentor. I attended this WEN conference, that is a Women's Higher Education Network conference, which was really good because it helped me to set my career goals. That's something you would think of if you want to change jobs or if you want to progress laterally or vertically. So you might also want to move to another department, or you might want to move higher up on the job scale, or you might want to move to another organization. It's good to put down your career goals to see what you need and then work towards it. Some of the current topics that everybody can work on: artificial intelligence and chat GPT. Some of the recent advances, like say we use Poll Everywhere to get feedback from students. We use a universal design of learning. So that tells you how your classroom teaching or your presentation should be, so that it is also incorporates disabled students, maybe physically challenged students, maybe students with dyslexia or dyspraxia, or students who have ADHD. So you take everybody into consideration when you design a session. And of course, a lot of personal development. So I have done a number of courses with regard to, say, stress management, negotiation, coaching techniques, things like that. Like I said, if you don't grow, you stagnate. So see what more you can do out of your bit. And it's sometimes said that if you want to get a job done, ask the busy person, and you will always find time for the things that you love to do. These two are what you would call my mantras, and I go by them. Just a slide of some of the certifications that I have received, but I'm sure all of you have some amazing certifications as well. It's time to do things like this to feel good about what you have achieved and to think of where you have come from. And I am keen to motivate you to look back and celebrate your success. I've just got 3 quick lessons. The one is with regard to recruitment: secure good talent through collaboration, not competition. So when you are interviewing a candidate, you are not competing with the candidate. Your knowledge will definitely be more than the candidate. So try and work through a collaborative process. Lesson number 2, it is not always the cost, but the evidence of impact that drives decisions. We often say, that management will not give us the money for this thing. It's useless asking. There will always be a no. Have you ever tried to put in a project? Have you ever tried to budget? Have you ever tried to get evidence? I applied for a funding with the National Acquisitions Group about 3 years ago, and I got a funding of £5,000 to start English language classes in the UK for Asian migrants. It was a very detailed funding proposal, but I had even budgeted for tea and coffee and biscuits. And one of the things that came back was that it was so detailed that they said that you had taken into account everything. And this showed the people in charge how committed I was to that project. So evidence is important, evidence of impact. If you are asking for a new computer, if you're asking for laptops, say for your department or your library, can you evidence the impact? Think about it. And the third lesson is not what can I do, but what I can do. Hold on to this one because there is a lot that we can do. And I'm hoping this session is a lot about mentoring and motivating and inspiring. And these are things that you can do. When this conference is over, might be tomorrow morning, what you would think about is look at your resume and look at your LinkedIn profile. Look about upgrading your qualifications. Look at your knowledge and skills. Would you do volunteering? Volunteering is considered a very important aspect in the UK because volunteering is something that you do and don't get paid for. Can you teach a child in your locality? Can you give like free tuitions? Can you help somebody to gain some more, say, knowledge, skills, talent? We all have different talents in us. Be proactive and a visionary. Another thing is embrace change. Often we are so deep rooted into our comfort zones that we do not want the change. So I do not want to sit in a different chair, in a different room, in a different place. I am used to doing things the way that I like. I like my lunchtime to be at 1 o'clock. I like to just sit next to a particular colleague. There are a lot of things that we like, but I think it's nice to sometimes shake ourselves out of our comfort zone if we want to achieve something more. Look at social causes, look at sustainability. We are today looking at on every printer, behind every printer, we have a laminated sheet that says, before you print, think, do you really have to print this? How many trees you cut to prepare the paper, to print something you would only read once? Can you just do it from your phone and not have a printed sheet? What do you dread doing? Just do it. Just some images of the University of West London Library. It is a 3-storied building, which we have large areas for seating and quiet study and group discussion study. It is important to keep group discussion studies. So we have 3 campuses at Ealing, Brentford, and Reading. I hope I have motivated you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here today and to add value to the profession. Wishing you all the very best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next resource person, is this available? Kinnari Thakkar, madam? Kinnari Thakkar, madam?
Yes, sir.
Kinnari Thakkar, madam, please continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here, sir.
I would like to read the biodata of respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, madam. Kinnari Thakkar, madam, is CMA Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, working as a professor in the Department of Commerce of University of Mumbai, Fort Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Since last 25 years, he have been guided so many research students, so many MPhil students as a guide of that commerce subject. Madam have achieved national, international level patents. Research paper have been published, guided so many research scholars in commerce, in PG, in PhD, and in MPhil in the subject of commerce. Madam having so big biodata, therefore, before starting my ending my the biodata reading, because of we having very short of time, I would like to request Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, madam, to please start your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Wagmare, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Fernandez, madam.
Hello,
And
ma'am.
good that we are meeting every time frequently. Wonderful session you delivered, ma'am. Yeah. So, respected principal of the college and other committee members and Dr. Kishore Wagmare, we've been doing a lot of good job, good work related to spread the community of the budding researchers and also the teaching fraternity, those who are interested in going ahead with new ideas and new ventures in the research field. I will directly start with the research in commerce, as my basic field is related to commerce, and I'll give you a brief overview of what is expected as a researcher, especially for the beginners when you start choosing a topic and when you start framing hypothesis related to the research work. So let me share my screen and then directly start with the
Yes, visible.
yeah. I will just go for slideshow. So let me start with the topic of how do you choose a topic? When we are doing a research, where you are expected to do something in the area which is relevant, which is contemporary, and which will stay at least for a couple of years in the near future. So whenever you choose a topic, the first and the foremost thing is to identify the not only the feasibility, but to identify the relevance. What I mean to say by its relevance is if your topic is such that within 2 years or within 2 or 3 years, you're expected to have a drastic change in that particular field, then by the time you complete your research work, the entire efforts which you have put in will become worthless. So you at least 7 to 8 years, the topic should have a very, very upcoming, a contemporary touch, contemporary feel. then these topics will help you in growing and in increasing the visibility. As madam was also saying, that visibility is very important. You go it through LinkedIn source, or you go it through any other social media platforms. But when your visibility, that is very important, that matters a lot, especially when you need to connect yourself with the other institutions across the globe, not only with stay in your own country, but also across different countries. So how people will connect you when you are not belonging to, when you are only restricting yourself to one particular institution, and your information, your education, and your work is not seen to others, then it will be very difficult. So, to improve your visibility, to know that you are there always as a resource person, as a guide for many programs, or maybe as a speaker for spreading in awareness, knowledge related to your topic, related to maybe research, or maybe whatever topic, your core area which you have chosen. So for that, it becomes very essential that you choose the right topic, because people will get connected to you by default. If you hit the nail, you choose a right topic which has contemporary feel, which has a relevant, and it's going to last at least for a decade. 7-8 years is fine, but at least for a decade, so that people will get connected to you. They will like to invite you for more and more programs and conferences and all these. So that is the reason why when you choose a topic, it has to be a very, very meticulously selected and a very careful decision. So there are certain points which I thought I will share with you. Whenever you pursue a PhD, you pursue your major, minor research projects, or any other research work which you wish to undertake. Whatever topics you are choosing, you have to ensure that the topic should interest and challenge you. First and foremost is who is going to do that research work. You're going to at least put in 3 to 4, at times more number of years in that particular area which you have selected. So first and foremost, you should ensure that you are interested in doing that. And it is always, attraction. If you are attracted to the topic, automatically the vibes will spread, and then people will also get attracted. So it's like how a psychologist say that first you like yourself. Once you love yourself, once you like yourself, don't be obsessed or possessive, but once you love yourself, thyself, and then you can attract people, and you can make others also like and love you. Same thing you have to apply in your work as well. If you like your job, if you like the kind of topic which you have chosen, then only you will become an expert. And unless you become an expert, you cannot spread your wings in different areas. You need to spread your expertise. You use your expertise to spread knowledge, to share your knowledge with others. And that will happen only depending on what kind of passion you have in your own work. And that's why when you choose a topic, you can consult your peers, you can consult different persons who have done research in the same, or at least in the similar faculty, not the same subject, but in the similar kind, in the faculty. Like if you're doing it from management, you can consult from those who are have done PhD in the subject of any subject related to management. So you can take help and support. But there are different people, they may give you different opinions. You take all the opinions, analyze all the opinions from whatever you have gathered, information you have garnered from everybody. Then the last step will be discuss it with your research guide, supervisor. That's very important, because the supervisor also takes an equal role in contributing to your research work. So very important that you should have a good terms with the supervisor, with your research guide, and the knowledge which you are exchanging, and the knowledge which you are actually taking from your research guide, his support. So that all plays a very important role. So it's always said that once you start with your work in a very right manner, then it automatically, the right beginning will always lead to the end, which is very satisfactory, and which fulfills your heart with makes you happy and makes you feel accomplished. So these are points you should actually understand when you choose a topic. So your attitude makes a very important decision in determining the topic, your enthusiasm, the focus which you have. Subject should be such that you can manage without when I say that the subject you should be such that you can manage, what I mean by that, it should not be a subject which may take an unending number of years to complete. You have to identify a particular focal area, a particular, which means you should restrict your scope. When in other words, in the words of research, the research language, when you say, when what I mean is the subject you can manage means you should restrict the scope. That means you select 5 years, 10 years, maybe this geographical area, this particular type of employees, like you're working on women empowerment, you will be having a particular age which you restrict, that from this age to this age. So you identify the right scope and then the right geographical limit, and then you can make your work easily manageable. So that's what is when I say you have to select a subject that you can manage. Avoid subjects that are too technical, where you don't have much information, which may take number of years to complete your work. That all makes you more frustrated, and it makes you feel that why I could not think about these kind of problems which I may feel which may come to me when I start doing the research work. So these kind of technical subjects you try to avoid. Avoid topics that have only a very narrow range of source of materials. Your review of literature, if it is not sufficient enough for you, then you will not be able to identify the gap. So the main purpose for doing your research is what? To fill up some research gap. There's so many things which are happening, and there's something which you feel should happen. There's something which you feel requires more innovative way of solving the problem. There's this problem and which you want that this can be solved in a very more innovative way. So you try to identify that innovative process or that innovative style of solving the problem, and that's what is a research gap. That how well you can, the same situation is there, but how well you can achieve. You want to achieve a target, but how quickly and how well you can achieve, what processes you can use to achieve the target in a very efficient and a quick manner. So that's what is about research gap. So whenever you have some topic where you don't have a lot of material which is there, in the PhD stage, do not try to do that topic. In a major minor research, you always do that topic where there is less information which is available, maybe something which you can do more innovative. So that I will advise you only when you've already done one PhD, and then when you're doing a second major research kind of work. So that's something related to choosing a topic. What all focus points you should keep in mind before you choose a topic? You have to identify the thrust area. You need to find out the feasibility, the workability of the research. You need to discuss the work with the experts before you finally reach the topic. So what kind of topics you need to choose? You may choose for something like ICT in business, financial literacy, financial inclusion, e-commerce industries. And you see the tremendous exponential growth which you have witnessed in the e-commerce industry post 2020. That has played a very, very important role in in the overall industry growth of e-commerce. The business intelligence, artificial intelligence, and all these have become a very contemporary topics, digital marketing. So you can focus on all these topics. Now, another important point which I like to share with you is when you choose any research methodology, like what is a research methodology? Research methodology means the way in which you are going to perform, the process in which you are going to perform the research work, how the entire research work will be undertaken, right from identifying the philosophy, identifying the research design, and identifying the tools and techniques related to research. So what is the philosophy? What do you mean by research philosophy? For understanding that, you need to understand what are the different assumptions and the belief of of the research work which you are going to perform. So and the research design. Now, actually, this entire topic may take easily 2 or 3 hours, explaining you in detail what you mean by research methodology. So that, sometimes when we have an opportunity, we can do just one topic for the entire 40-45 minutes that will be on research philosophy and research design. So here I have to just tell you an overview. That's why I'm telling you that you need to identify the assumptions, the beliefs, and the methods which you are going to use. Now, what do you mean by the assumptions, and what are the beliefs in the research work? So basically, you need a methodology so that your system plan, it's a systematic plan to undertake the research work, and it will include a detailed approach to solve a research problem. So what are the assumptions? The assumptions are either you can go for an inductive approach, a deductive approach, and an abductive approach. When I say inductive approach, means there are already theories which are existing. So from the existing theory, the generalized theories are existing, and you try to identify a specific point and analyze that. The existing theory you are trying to test in a specific area. Deductive means you are going from specific to general. You are solving certain problems, and then you are generalizing the problem. That if this is happening in these areas, like you are generalizing that this theory can be accepted overall, generally, across all different environments. Abductive is a mix and match of both. You are taking inductive also, you're taking general, and you're taking specific, and then you're mixing, matching, and then you're finding out what is a research problem. So these are the assumptions. Now, assumptions and all, you first have to see that your work is related to inductive, deductive, or abductive. Say, for example, if I'm doing some work on, say, financial inclusion. So there are so many publications which are there in financial inclusions, and there are so many assumptions and studies which have been done. So you can take one theory which is a very relevant, as well as which is a very known theory, and you can apply that same in your geographic area. So this kind of work means existing theory you are testing. Okay, say hypothesis. You have different theories of finance. You have hypothesis, and you have, the dividend policy and everything. So that theory is existing. What you are doing is, with this company, is it that theory applicable? And if it is applicable, what kind of outcome we are getting from that theory? So such kind of work you can perform. So that means you have to identify that this work which you have done is either a type of inductive type of work, a deductive type of work, or an abductive type of research work. So these questions, why I am telling you that normally when you are pursuing PhDs, most of the students with whom we interact, research scholars, they are actually not aware of this kind of knowledge which you should know while you're doing your PhD, and especially when it comes to facing your viva verse. So in-depth knowledge is very important. Overall knowledge, as well as in-depth overall knowledge of research and in-depth knowledge of your work. That are the two main elements which you need for becoming, for confidently and successfully facing your viva verse. So I'm not telling that in-depth knowledge of whatever work you have done, everything related to that you may have, but your area, specific area which you have selected, for that you should have an in-depth knowledge. At the same time, you should have a knowledge of research methodology, research design, etc. So then it comes to research belief. I may not take all these research belief, because along with the examples, it may become a too time-consuming work for explaining you what you mean by research belief. But just for you, that general, when you start with your research work, or now when you're already doing, if you're not aware of what is a research methodology, please go to any Google search engine and search what you mean by research methodology. At the same time, all the research books, so many good published books are available. You can go through what you mean by research methodology, philosophy, assumption, belief. Then research design. You have a quantitative design, you have a qualitative design, and you have a mixed design wherein both are used. So it depends purely on what kind of work you are planning to do in your research work. So wherever it relates with numbers, it will be a quantitative design. Wherever it will relate with opinion, behaviors, then it will be a kind of qualitative design, that you need to collect the information, where you need to analyze the opinions, the behaviors, the perception of the target audience. And sometimes it has to be both. Both are necessary. You may take a qualitative design also as well as quantitative design. Now, let me come to one important point of making you understand what do you mean by and how do you frame a research title. A very, very important point you should keep in mind when you frame a research title. First of all, let me tell you what do you understand by framing a title which has to give an indication of your work. Okay, so what is a title? It will summarize the main idea of the study, and the title has to be concise, informative, should be able to convey the purpose of the research. All that is fine. It should give a clear indication of the purpose and the scope of the research. Now, another main idea for framing a research title is to ensure that in the title, you at the beginning of your research, in the first chapter, that is the beginning of your research work, you please give the operational definitions, and those operational definitions all also called as a theoretical framework of the work which you are doing. So when I say operational definition and theoretical framework, this I will try to explain to you in detail. For example, I have selected a topic where I am doing a study on extent of financial inclusion in Maharashtra state with reference to Konkan division. So I have written certain of these words in red, and certain words I have highlighted and changed a color, that is in blue. Now, the words which I have written in red, that is a study on Maharashtra state with reference to Konkan division. It means that when any person, any XYZ person reading your thesis will understand certain words in a specific manner. There is no double opinion, different opinion, or a different misinterpretation, or a different interpretation. It may not be a misinterpretation, it may be a other interpretation of the term. So when you read a study, everybody knows a study means, oh, okay, it's a study. A Maharashtra state means a part of some portion of India's land, this particular area. Konkan division also, in Maharashtra state, there is something which is called a area which is called as a Konkan division. Now I have highlighted something in extent. Now you tell me, I can see 38 participants here. So including me, 38, so 37 participants here. If you read the word extent, will you all understand or interpret it in the same fashion? If I ask a question, that every person sitting here will interpret the word extent in a different fashion. You will say the extent means level. Somebody will say the extent means the scope. Somebody will say the extent means the area which is covered. So everybody understands in a different way. So what is the job of the researcher? What is the job of the person who is doing a research thesis work? The main job of the researcher is, after framing the title, explain the title. You frame the title, fine, but you need to explain your title. You need to say, what is the word extent? And it's not what others think. It's what you understood, you interpreted, and you meant while undertaking this research work. When I am doing this work, what I mean by extent, I need to communicate. I need to convey. And that communication, I will do it in my operational definition, in my theoretical framework. So I will write, according to the researcher, the term extent is being understood and explained as follows. So I will say extent means this, and whatever I feel for the term extent, that I will explain. So this becomes the focal point. This becomes the crux, the core of your research work. You should not fail to make the reader understand about what work you are trying to do. You have to tell them, communicate it in a very systematic manner. There should be no scope of interpretation in a different fashion compared to as compared to what you intended to say. Similarly, financial inclusion. When I say financial inclusion, 38 participants sitting here will give a different explanation of financial inclusion. Will you all have the same point, of the same answer when I pose a question of what do you mean by financial inclusion? Everybody will have a different answer. Somebody will say financial inclusion means one point is to see whether there are bank accounts, one point is to see whether they have financially literate. One person will say that it means that the other some sections of the society, they are not financially literate, financially included, so you ensure that they are included. So everybody, what I mean to say is, every person reading this statement, this term, will have a different interpretation. So my duty as a researcher is to ensure that they all should be brought to the same level. Now we say, no, we all should be in the same page. So when you read something, I read something, we all have to be on the same level to read that, and then only we can give the opinion about this research work, whether it is a good work, publishable work or no. If there is vague, if there is no clarity, if there is ambiguity in you as a researcher conveying to the reader, then the research will not have any scope of citations, using it as a citation. So when you say there are certain research which has a lot of citations, a lot of impact factor, why it happens? It happens because of the clarity in communication, the clarity in conveying the thoughts of the researcher to the reader. So that researcher to reader should be very crisp, clear, and it should be such that the researcher, when the reader reads it, your work, they feel the kind of acceptability. Yeah, I accept what the researcher says. It should not be that, first chapter, the researcher is saying this, and this chapter, the researcher is confused. So there's some contrast opinion. That ambiguity should not be there. So you need to convey it. So what I do is I explain that so I explained that what is the meaning of extent and what is the meaning of financial inclusion. Now, again, one more clarity I will try to give. When you read any published work or article or anything which is a published book, work which is related to financial inclusion, which is maybe government websites or maybe any other working papers or any other source which is authentic. There are so many parameters. Financial inclusion means A, B, C, D, all these. If it is if all these parameters prove to be true, then the district, area, village will be considered as financially included. So there are so many parameters. So as a researcher, you have an option. You don't have to consider all these 10. You may have an option to select only 5. And then the other 5, you can put it as a limitation. Not all the, you don't have to mention that all these other 5. You can mention it as a limitation, that the research work is done considering these 5 parameters. Because the other parameters were not found to be suitable to our state. Now, India is a diverse country. Every place, the situations, the beliefs, the customs, the traditions, everything is different. So certain parameters and the work which is done at the government level or at the level, so at times it is on a holistic basis, all over India. Or all over the world. Financial inclusion definitions or parameters which are set, that is on a holistic basis, which may be true at a global level also, at an Indian level also, certain. But In a particular district level, it is not possible that, these certain parameters may fit into that. So you need to ensure that out of these 10, 4 to 5 I have taken, the others I have not taken because it does not fit well with my research geographical area which I have chosen. So you have to mention that clearly, that what are the parameters. So that is called as an operational definitions. And other way you can say that in the limitations, following 5 parameters were only included. Other parameters can be tested in the some other area. So very, very systematically, you need to write your limitations as well. So what is the structure of the research proposal? Now let's go to the structure. You need to have introduction, brief profile, review of literature, the problem of the study, the scope of the study, objectives, hypothesis, methodology, limitations, significance, chapter schemes, and reference. What should be written in the introduction? The introduction, you need to explain about the subject background as well as the topic background. Now, when I say subject background, what does it mean? Subject background means our title which we have selected is financial inclusion. So first I will tell you everything about financial inclusion. What are the definitions, origin, meaning, others, readers' perception, views of financial inclusion. So the entire subject I'm trying to cover. Then I'm going to my topic, that I have selected a topic which is related to financial inclusion, which is for Konkan district and Maharashtra state. So I'll give you a broad framework and the overview of the Konkan district, of the Maharashtra state, and what are the conditions and what are the prevailing situations in the Maharashtra state and work done by others in Maharashtra state with the topic of financial inclusion. So then I will focus only on my topic, my area, my geographical limit which I have set. Then why I'm doing this research. So for that, you'll have to write the research gap. Then you'll say the gap that these parameters are tested, but I strongly feel that this parameter is a most important parameter, which is not done by any other researcher, and therefore I'm focusing on this parameter. So you need to say you need to explain the research gap. Conceptual framework. I told you operational definition. Theoretical framework and conceptual framework, both you can do. That means you explain about what parameters and what you understand and what you want the readers to understand as a researcher, what you are trying to convey. So that explanation you need to give, and the statement of the problem. Now, another question which comes in the researcher's mind is, while doing review of literature, what kind of work should I refer? So when you do, you are expected to do the review of literature, what kind of research, literature you should do, and what do you mean by review of literature? So you search for the source of the literature while assessing it. Who are the authors? What work they have published? Is the piece of literature referenced still relevant? Okay, is it a recent article? Is it a relevant article? You have to first find out that, only then you include it as a part of your research work. So what all you need to include? You need to include the studies which are involving the broader aspects, studies which are involving the related aspects, and studies which are involving the similar aspects. All these 3 you can include it as a part of your review of literature. Now again, I'll explain you all the 3, broader, related, and similar, with the help of an example where the title is different. See, in case with an example is, if your study is related to comparison of Amazon and Flipkart. Okay, if you're comparing Amazon and Flipkart, what kind of ROL you should do? ROL first will be broader aspects. Broader means what? E-commerce and Amazon and Flipkart are the e-commerce companies. So you will study everything, background of the e-commerce companies, that what is the legal aspect, what are the ethical issues, what is the logistical part in e-commerce, because logistics plays a very important role. Security issues, when you are placing the order on your app, what kind of security issues you may have to face, the security issues. And then you can say the growth of e-commerce in India. So it's a broader, see, nowhere I have mentioned Amazon and Flipkart. Okay, so I have done all studies. ROL should include everything. ROL should include broader aspects. So nowhere I'm doing Amazon and Flipkart. It should include related aspects. You have B2B, B2C, B2B2C, all these business or related to e-commerce, which is done, the trends of e-commerce in India. All these are again not corely related to Amazon and Flipkart. So you can go for reading these topics also. Then you come to core. Similar, if you have somebody who has done work on studies related to perception of consumers between Mitra and Snapdeal. Okay, MobiKwik and Paytm, or GPay and Paytm. Ola and Uber. These are similar. These are also a different kind of platforms which are related to more of applications, mobile applications. So these are similar aspects. So you can include so many things in the review of literature. So you need so that you can show a broad perspective of the work which you are trying to do, that these are the broad perspectives, and then you can come down to research gap, that this all work is not done. What is the end of the review of literature? End of the review of literature means you show that your research gap, all this work has been done, but I strongly feel that this work, this area needs a specific attention which has not been done by the researcher, and therefore you conclude your review of ROL topic with the research gap at the end. So for that research gap, I told you what all kind of work you can read. Then we will go to sample. Sample actually is a purely statistical based work efforts which you have to put in to select a sample. Normally, always try that you put a very systematic, either doing it or by formula or some other technique where while facing Viva was, you have a confidence that the sample has been systematically calculated and applying the statistical tools. So statistically calculated sample size needs to be presented and written. Now, when you calculate it by using the statistics formula, it is a minimum. Okay, that's not the maximum sample size. So this is the minimum as per the requirement of the formula. So you can go beyond that, but ensure that less than that you should not go for sample size. So you have to use the technique, any techniques you can use which suits your research topic. Then there are various sources of data collection, primary sources of data collection, secondary sources, both the sources, something which is called as a primary source of information. You are just interacting with the manager, with the experts. You are not using a published data. So that's a primary source of information. So when you are collecting data and you are recording everything on the paper and then that is analyzed, that's a primary data analysis. But sometimes it is not that all the time you need to have primary data only. Sometimes you interact, you get information and then you mention. So that's a primary source of information. That also can be a part of your data collection. And secondary, most of them, they know that secondary source is related to the published work, which is either on open, which is in the published form, open for the general public to read. At times, it is also working papers. Most of the big fives, E and Y and all, they have working papers, but it's not open. It may not be available open. You just go to their office, their library, and then you can get that work. So RBI library and other libraries where you can have an access of working papers which may not be available openly on any platforms as a published work. So that also becomes a secondary data. And then last is to start the report writing. So when you start with the report writing, you need to have a logical analysis of the subject matter. You may have the need to prepare the outline, the rough draft, the final draft, and at the end, you should write the bibliography. So when you start writing your report, you may have a logically and a chronological order. So what is a logical order? When you start writing a report, the flow of the subject matter is logical from simple concepts to complex. So if you go logically, then you have to choose whether you're writing your report. It starts with a logical way of writing or a chronological. And when it is chronological, it means it based on the time of occurrence. So you explain the event in the year 1998. This was the situation. Like if you are explaining the crisis. So if your work, suppose you're doing some work which is on the crisis. Okay. So then that time chronological is better. Instead of explaining logical writing of report, chronological plays a very important role. So you explain right from these years, the crisis faced, and then you explain the 2098 crisis and this crisis and how these crises or financial, crunch was faced at the global level and the time of occurrence. So you explain slowdown and then crisis, everything in a chronological. So your subject matter, the work title plays a very important role in deciding whether your report which you are writing has to be written in a logical format or a chronological format. That's about the slowdown and the depression. Then ethics plays a very important role. That nowadays everybody knows plagiarism and all very stringent and legally, legally you can challenge somebody is copying your ideas and somebody is writing the statements without taking a permission. So now I think the awareness is quite good enough in amongst all the researchers, and there's a plagiarism report in every thesis you submit. You need to first have a plagiarism report, only then your thesis will be accepted. So you need to show that respect to those whose work you have been using for writing statements, and for you have to mention about them that this idea or this definition has been taken from which source. So the mentioning the source is very important, otherwise you will be in a legal trap. So ethics plays a very important role. Of late, it has have a very great awareness has been spread. So I think every researcher who is undertaking a research work is aware of this. Then two things which I like to share. Last point is where your visibility, that is your H index and your I-10 index. So what when you say that I have an H index of 2, okay, what do you mean by this, and how do you actually calculate your H index? So what is that? It's an author level metric that measures productivity and citation of publication of a research author. So for example, 2 H index means 2 research papers cited at least 2 times. So there are 2 papers which are cited at least 2 times. If 4 papers cited at least 4 times, it means it's a 4 H index. So number of papers cited that many number of times, that will become the your metric, H index metric for finding your visibility. Similarly, there is another metric which will help to gauge the productivity of the author. That is I-10 index. I-10 index is an extension of H index, and it means it will show that how many publications are at least cited 10 times. Number of publications cited 10 times. So in this you can see about 10. How many are about 10? 3. 3 publications are about 10. That means your H index, I-10 index, okay. Your I-10 index is 3, not H index. Your I-10 index is 3. So number of publications which are about 10 that you see. So here try to ensure that your I-10 and H index both are improving as and when you submit your research work. As you publish one paper, you ensure that your visibility becomes more, your citation, your impact, everything also improves parallelly with the number of publications. So this is all about the overall overview of the research work, and I'm stopping. I've stopped sharing the screen, and the forum is open for questions.
Dear participant, do you having some question regarding Kinnari Thakkar madam lecture? आपको कोई प्रश्न पूछने का है क्या? Do you want to ask some question, dear participants?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Behalf of Vasantrao Naik College, Arts, Commerce, Science, Murud Janjira, Maharashtra, and behalf of Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company, thanks to Dr. Kinnari Thakkar for outstanding and knowledgeable lecture delivered. Thank you, sir. The next session of PPT will be started very soon. Kindly upload your PPT as per the sequence of the schedule of today's one-day international conference. The first PPT presenter is Dr. Vishwanath Chauhan. Is this available, Dr. Vishwanath Chauhan? Who belongs to the Murud Janjira College, Vasantrao Naik College? Who are interested to PPT presentation? Dear participants, who are the interested to PPT presentation?
Yes, I am interested, sir.
Upload your PPT. What is your good name?
Shailesh Borul, sir.
Yes, sir. I am interested, sir. Patel Ram Sudhar, sir.
Patel Ram Sudhar, your Scopus article have been published 2 papers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. After the Sudhar, who was that person? Yevle sir's guide, na? Burud.
My research guide is Dr. Asta Singh from IIT Bombay, sir.
Yes, sir. Burud. That is Burud, na?
Borul.
हाँ बुरुड सर सुतल
yes.
बाद में आपका नंबर है सुतल सर
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
प्रेजेंट करना आप
Yes, sir.
सुतल सर प्लीज अपलोड योर पीपीटी one PPT is only allowed 10 minutes. Uttar sir?
Yes, sir. I am sharing my screen, sir.
Yes, please.
Is visible, sir, screen?
Yes, your video should be on. Your face should be reflected YouTube channel.
Myself is the.
Patel
myself
sir,
is.
चेहरा
Yes,
दिखना.
sir.
During the presentation of PPT, your face should be reflected in YouTube, Zoom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Myself is the Patel Ram Sudhar, Associate Professor in Physics, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar Government College, Sriganganagar. Today I am presenting a paper in the one-day online international multidisciplinary conference organized by the IQAC Faculty and Commerce Department, Arts and Commerce Department of the Raigad district, Maharashtra. My topic is the Poisson ratio of bulk metallic glasses with the ZrTi, aluminum, nickel, copper, and bismuth with the variation in the fraction of the constituent elements. The Poisson ratio can vary widely depending on the various factors of the BMG's alloys, such as the composition, cooling rates, alloying elements, and their frictions, atomic structures, processing condition, etc. The high strength of the BMGs is associated with their fragility. Most BMGs fail shortly after yielding, even though some of them show how a small amount of the plastic deformation or the ductility deformations. But generally, the Poisson ratio is in the range of the -1 to the 0.5. But in the numerically, it is the hard 0 to 0.5 for the crystalline materials. But the non-crystalline material the value of the Poisson ratio is around minus 1 to the 0.03. In bulk metallic glasses, lack of the regular crystalline planes and due to their amorphous structure of the atomic arrays facilitate a greater degree of the isotropic deformation behavior, resulting in leading Poisson's higher values of the Poisson ratio close to the 0.5 is not abnormal for the BMGs. So it is clear the bulk metallic glasses is have high Poisson ratio as compared to their crystalline materials. A direct relationship appears between the higher Poisson ratio and the increased ductility. In case of the bulk metallic glasses, the pivotal mu also making the transition between the ductile and brittle behavior falls within the range of the 0.32 to 0.33. That means any BMG, if it have less than 0.32, then it is a brittle. And if it have a value of greater than 0.33, then it becomes a ductile. And main problem for the bulk metallic glasses is that how they become ductile. If they become ductile, then they are fantastic a type of the material that used in the engineering. My objective is that to study the dependence of the Poisson ratio on the additional fraction of the elements in it. That means how we increase the Poisson ratio by the adding of the any elements in the bulk metallic glasses. It is my objective. Methodology, the data for the constituent elements of the bulk metallic glasses have been classified on the basis of the available standard data. The data has been classified on the basis of the various alpha, W and R. What is the alpha? Alpha is the coefficient of thermal expansions and W is the thermal conductivity and RC is the covalent radius of any elements. Hypotheses are there for the base element of the bulk metallic glasses or for the element that have the same crystal structure as the base elements, the quantitatively fraction of the such elements decreases or remains unchanged. Meanwhile, the quantitative fraction of the other elements with a crystal structure other than that of the base element increases. Crystal structure means HCP, BCC, FCC, that is a face-centered cubic, body-centered cubic, and hexagonal closed packing structures. In this case, the change in the Poisson ratio is inversely related to the any two or all identical changes in the coefficient of the thermal expansion, thermal conductivity, and covalent radius. If there is no change in the quality, if there is no change in the quantitative fraction of the base elements, then the quantitative fraction of the element with the same crystal structure as the base element increases in the bulk metallic glasses. Meanwhile, the quantitative fraction of the elements with the other structures decreases. In this case, the change in the Poisson ratio is reversed to any identical changes in the coefficient of thermal expansion, thermal conductivity, and covalent radius. The thermal expansion, covalent radius, and the thermal conductivity is mentioned already we have. In this discussions or result discussions or in this research, I use the formula the alpha equal to sigma Fi alpha. It is also used for the W and RC. For example, in case of zirconium, aluminium, nickel, cobalt, and yttrium based bulk metallic glasses have the value of alpha with this formula. Here F is the fraction, means zirconium have the 54 per part of the elements in this part. So it is used 0.54, aluminium is 0.15, nickel is 0.1, copper is 0.19, and yttrium is 0.02. And alpha of the different elements for like germanium is 5.7, and for the aluminium it is the 23.1, and it is for nickel it is the 13.4, and it is nickel for 16.5, and it is for the copper 16.5, and for the yttrium it is the 10.6. After calculation, the alpha is for this BMG becomes 11.23 micrometer per meter Kelvin. So I calculate alpha W and R for various bulk metallic classes, like mentioned here in table for serial number 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 and 2, we know that alpha is increases, W is decreases, and R is also decreases. Means alpha for the serial number 1 is 9.3, and for the serial number 2 it is the 9.7. Similarly, W is for serial number 1 is 109, and for the serial number 2 is 113. So it is clear that alpha and W both are increases when we go from serial number 1 to 2. That is, we change the minor element changes. In this case, aluminium is the 2, and here in serial number 2, the parts of the aluminium is greater than the aluminium number series number 1 of the BMC with 3 parts. So as this one is increases, the Poisson ratio 0.347 to 0.343, that means it is decreases. So if the alpha and W, if we include a fraction of such type that alpha W decreases, then Poisson ratio is also decreases. This also happens in the serial number 3, 4, and 5, 6 PMGs. I mentioned here the hypothesis here. If the base decreases or unchanged and other is increases inverse to any two changes, here alpha and W are increases, but mu is decreases. Similarly, in case of 3, 4, and in the case of 5 and 6. Now, in case of 1 and 2, here it is the next new tables here. Zirconium, aluminum, nickel, copper, and beryllium. And in this case, the aluminum, nickel, and copper have the same crystal structure FCC. Zirconium and Be has the same crystal structure. So here the crystal structure is unchanged, but the value of alpha and W, if we consider the alpha is increases from serial number 1 to 2, W is also increases, but R is decreases. In this case, the mu is again decreases. And in serial number 3 and 4, the alpha and W is also increases, and the Poisson ratio is also decreases. So this hypothesis is again verified. For in case of different metallic classes in the serial number 1 and 2, in the upper table, the alpha and W is alpha is decreases, W is also decreases, and R is also decreases. That is, alpha, W, and R all are decreases in case of zirconium, titanium, copper, and bismuth. Here, copper is decreases. That means base structure zirconium is the same, but overall crystal structure of such type of zirconium is SCP, which is increases. So here, if base or similar to the base is fraction is unchanged, but structure is increases, so it is the corresponding to the all identical changes. So it is decreases 0.34. Similar result is also obtained for 3, 4, and 4, 5. And for the second table, from 1 to 2, the Poisson ratio remains constant. But 3, 4, there is the alpha, W, and R. R is increases, W is decreases, and alpha is increases. That out of 3, alpha, W, or R, any 2, that is alpha and R increases. So the mu is also increases as per hypothesis. This is again for next table for the aluminium with the aluminium, zirconium, copper, and nickel. In the serial number 1 and 2, alpha, W, and R. Alpha, W, and R, only alpha and W are increases, but R is decreases from serial number 1 to 2. And the Poisson remains same. Poisson ratio remains same. But in case of 3 and 4, the alpha is increases, W is also increases, and R is also increases. but mu is decreases. So in this case, if we consider it is inverse to the two or any two identical ratios, if an F and chest. So in this case, 3 and 4 hypothesis again verified, and 5 and 6 in cases alpha is increases, W is again increases, but R is decreases. So any two values out of alpha, W or R, alpha and W are increases and mu is also increases. So the Poisson ratio of bulk metallic glasses, zirconium, titanium, aluminum, nickel, copper, beryllium, with partial changes in fraction of the constituent element can be determined using point 1 and 2 of the hypothesis. Some PMGs get partly corrected results. This may be because of the crystal structure of all three attempt element except zirconium is similar, and some part of the quantitative fraction is changing into these. If copper is taken as the base element with a higher fraction of these, then above condition are followed. References are there. Thanks, sir. May I repent, sir, my second paper also? May I present, sir?
Sir, kindly continue your second PPT.
Yes, sir.
Kindly continue your second PPT. आपका second PPT upload कर लो.
अभी करता हूँ सर मैं second PPT.
Okay, sir. Do you want break? Do you want break?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir?
Visible. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. My the second topic is the bulk metallic glasses general load with the effect of the friction changes of the constituent element on the various temperatures. In bulk metallic glasses, how the temperature changes like the glass transition temperature and others with the fractional changes in the constituent elements of the bulk metallic glasses. Bulk metallic glasses are amorphous metals, and amorphous metals is not pure metal, it is a usually an alloy. Glass formability is the ability to transform from metallic alloy into a glassy state. The formation of degradable crystal nuclei, if completely replaced, then the glass formation can be completely accomplished. In this situation, the detection of the minimum volume fraction of the crystal is comprehensively about 10 raised to power minus 6. These are the conditions to how to prepare a bulk metallic glass. The glass formation is achieved only if the melt is extraordinarily solidified above the critical cooling rates RC, which is incumbent on the alloy system and their composition. Temperature for the amorphous alloys. The temperature-related properties of bulk metallic glasses can include crystallization temperature, glass transition temperatures, melting temperatures, or liquidous temperatures, and the nose temperature. These temperatures can be very widely depend on the various factors of the bulk metallic glasses alloys, such as composition, cooling rates, alloying elements and their fractions, atomic structures, processing condition, etc. Objectives of this study is how the depends the crystallization temperature and the glass transition temperature of the bulk metallic glasses on the changes of the fraction of constituent elements of the bulk metallic glasses. Methodology. The data of the constituent elements of the bulk metallic glasses have been classified on the basis of the available standard data, and the data has been classified on the basis of the various alpha, W, and RC as per earlier paper. Hypotheses of this are there. If the base or similar to the base crystal structure increases and other crystal structure other than the base is decreases, then the temperature correspond to any two identical changes in alpha, W, and R. Similarly, if the decreases base element and others the increases, then the temperature is inverse to the any two identical changes in alpha, W, and R. If base increases, others decreases, then inverse to all identical changes in alpha, W, R. And if the base decreases and others increases, then temperature is corresponds to the all identical changes. And the base increases, or but condition is there, base fraction of the base unchanged, then other is decreases, inverses to any two identical changes. Again, decreases base elements, but F unchanged, other decreases, it is opposite to the earlier. And base is unchanged, other base is increases, inverse to any two identical changes in alpha W and R. Again, base is unchanged, but other is interchanges, inverses to any two identical changes in alpha W and R. If the base is decreases, other is increases, inverses to any two identical changes in alpha W and R. These are the hypothesis for this study. Now calculation is alpha. Earlier I have explained this one. So first of 1 and 2 BMGs. It is the particular BMGs with the thickness of the BMG rod of the 5 millimeter. In this situation, the alpha and W both are decreases, but R are increases. So in this situation, base is increases and other are decreases. How much base is increases? Here base is 54 plus 2. These are the same crystal structure, that is 56. Here is 53 plus 4, that is 57. So similar base structure to the structure similar to the base element ZR is increases. So as per hypothesis 1, the temperature is corresponding to the alpha W and R. So these are decreases. So the temperature of these also decreases. In case of third and fourth, the crystal structure along with the ZR, here is 54 plus 28.2 and 54.5 and 27.5. That is crystal structure similar to the base element ZR is decreases. In this situation, alpha is increases, W is increases, and R is decreases. So if both are decreases, W and R, but alpha is increases, so the as per hypothesis second, it is inverse to the alpha and W or R any two. Then that means W and R decreases, so the temperature also increases. Here temperature is greater than in 4 respects to 3. For example, Tg for the element number 4 is 691, and for 3 it is the 684. Now in case of 5 and 6, the alpha is increases, W is also increases, and R is also increases. And another element is PD. PD remains unchanged. Phosphorus is a non-metal element. In this case, the inverse to the all identical alpha W and R. So alpha W and R all are increases. So it is inverse to the 596 is greater than the 583. So it proves the hypothesis number 3. In case of the 7 and 4, the alpha is decreases, W is also decreases, and R is also decreases. So as per hypothesis number 4, so Tg must be less than Tg of BMG serial number 8 is less than the Tg of the serial number 7. So which is through the hypothesis number 4. Similarly, in case of 9 and 10, here base is the same, ZR48, ZR48. But beryllium have the same crystal structure as the ZR, but its value is increases. In the 9 number it is 18, and in the 10 number it is 24. But the alpha is decreases, W is decreases, R is also decreases. So it is inverse to any two as per hypothesis number 5 or inverse to a all. So it is decreases. So it is decreases crystallization temperature. Now in case of 11 and 12, ZR is the same, but beryllium is decreasing. So it is the reverse to the identical changes. So in this case, 14 alpha is decreases with respect to 13, W is increases, and R is also increases. So it is the response to the as per hypothesis number 6. So value of the TG is also increased. Similarly, we can get the results in the serial number 15 and 16 and 17 and 18. But some results also verify in this table. For example, serial number 7 and 8. Lu55, aluminium 25, cobalt 20. And in 8, Lu45 and Y10. Y and Lu have the same crystal structure, and the value of fraction is also same as in 7 number Lu have 55 and 8 number Lu have 45, but the Y has 10. So total value have both elements 55 is the same, and the alpha is decreases, W is again decreases, but YR is increases. So alpha and W both are decreases. So as per hypothesis number 1, so 701 and 698, that means the TG of the 8 must be less than the 7. So it proves the hypothesis number 1. Conclusion. There is a large list of bulk metallic glasses whose varies in transition temperature and the crystallization temperature values with partial changes in fraction of the constituent elements can be determined using point 1 to 9 of hypothesis. Some bulk metallic glasses get partially corrected results. A mathematical relation can also be found for how much change will happen in TG and TX values with partial change in the fraction of the constituent elements. Sorry. And these points can also be used to estimate the elasticity coefficients and the Poisson ratios. Partially correct results are obtained in some bulk metallic glasses. The estimation of the theoretical result can be improved by using Lennard zone potential, etc. The references are there. Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot to provide me a time and giving me opportunity to present a paper. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Who was the next?
Shailesh Borul, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Shailesh, please continue. Upload your PPT. Your video should be on.
Yes, sir.
Who want to do the next presentation PPT after the Shailesh?
Sir, I am interested.
Bhavar? After Shailesh.
Meenakshi. Okay, sir. Sir, after that, I will be present.
No problem. Mr. Shailesh, are you
एक मिनट मैडम, एक
Chinese
मिनट सर.
language?
नो सर, एक मिनट. Screen share.
First, open your PPT, then click on share button. The text will be
Okay,
appeared.
sir.
In that text, your PPT will be reflected. Double click on that. Automatically, it will be uploaded on Zoom.
Share.
May I give the opportunity to next person? Shailesh sir?
Yes, sir.
Who's the next? Bhavar?
Meenakshi, sir.
Meenakshi Bhavar, madam, please upload your PPT.
Yes, sir.
visible. Please continue.
Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you dignitaries and resource person and organizing committee of Vasantrao Naik Arts, Commerce, Science College, Raigad, Maharashtra. I am Meenakshi Bhavar from NAAC, doing PhD from Kavitri Bainabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University from Jalgaon. And for this conference, my article is under the title of Social System and Vikarma Law in Amish Tripathi Shiva trilogy. Amish Tripathi is a prolific contemporary Indian writer, and while looking into his work, he has reconstructed various mythological figures and mythological heroes and Puranic stories into contemporary, molding with the contemporary ideologies. His Shiva trilogy comprises the Immortals of Melua, the Secret of the Nagas, and the Oath of the Vaiputras. In these books, he had a hero called Shiva, and overall his journey is going to be projected. And in that, he has created a fictional land called Melua. Melua is a kind of an ideal society which is based on the Ram Rajya concept. It is an ideal state where everyone can complete their all desires, all that expectation, where government is actually working for the health, education, and welfare of the society, and all rules and laws are going to be well fulfilled and followed by the societies. But there are some Varna system that which in our ancient time we have already seen that in our India, four systems just like that: Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishyas, and Shudras were such kind of a caste system were going on, and it was going to be based on the birth. But in Meluha, it is not based on by birth. That caste is not going to be decided by the person's birth, but it is going to be decided by his own capability. Means after the age of 25, a person or the person has to give such kind of exams. He has to prove his own talent or skills. Throughout that examination, he can choose from which tribe or caste he belonging that, and then he is going to be given such a particular tribe, and he owes such kind of a jewelry so that it can be shown that he is belonging from that category or that caste. Then afterward, we can see that women empowerment, that is also equal opportunities are given in Meluha to each and every men and women. There are no any gender biases are going to be seen. Female have all kind of opportunities that they can to develop themselves and to prove their identity. We can see through various characters like that Ayurvati, who is a well physician, and Kankhala, who is doing her job as a prime minister of Meluha, and Sati, who is another character, main character also we can call it as a protagonist, and she is also good warrior in that. So we can say that women empowerment is also going to be fulfilled. That concept is going to be fulfilled in Meluha. Afterward, I would like to turn up to the next point, that is Mica system. That system is very different. That according to the concept of Ram Rajya, Ram has made such kind of a concept, Mica, in which all the pregnant women of Meluha were going to be sent to Meluha, a place, a kind of a hospital where the women are going to give their babies. They are going to be deliver their babies, and all the details are going to be kept secret over there. Then the babies were given after 1 or 2 years. The babies were given sent to the gurukuls where all that educations and skills were given to them, all that children. And after turning to their teenage years, and they were have to prove themselves by their various skills, and then children have to choose their tribe or their symbols. They try to wear it, and we can say that the accepted children, accepted families, means those who want their children adopt their children from that mega belonging from that system or that can caste, we can call it. So we can say that such kind of a system in which in that Baika system there is a view behind it that no any every person has got equal opportunity to become as a successful or to become as a king, as like that any king's child has a opportunity to become as a king. Same way, every civilian of person or the citizen of Meluha has equal opportunity to become as a king of their own country. Then, though there are some good points in Meluha or in their social system, but there are some drawbacks even also. So that one is that Vikarma law. Means Vikarmas are people, they are going to be called as treated as untouchables of Meluha. Means Vikarmas are those who have some kind of a deformities, or those who might have some kind of a trouble, just like that women have lost their husband, or women might have given birth to a stillborn babies, or some kind of a blind people, means having such kind of a deformities, they are all are going to be called as a Vikarma. And there might be a belief in that society that Vikarmas were going to be punished by destiny for their sins, they might have done in their previous life, and that's why they are going to be having such kind of a deformities or such kind of a drawbacks into their lives. That's why they are going to be called as a Vikarmas. And Sati, that our female protagonist, is also called as a Vikarma woman, because she has lost her husband, and even she has given birth to a stillborn baby. But in overall this story, Shiva appear here in that story as a hero, because we can call him as he understood the real drawback of the society, and he tried to bring out social change in Meluha by accepting Sati and get married with her. He want to bring a social change in the mindset of the people, and whatever that ostracized behavior given to the be given to the Vikarma people by the totalitarian society, that he want to bring change throughout that. And so he made a tremendous change into their society by breaking all the Vikarma laws. And that's why he says that I want the entire Vikarma law scrapped, and nobody will be Vikarma from now on, and bad fate can scribe anyone. It is ridiculous to blame their past lives for it. That was his quotation into that text. So we can call him as a real hero who bring change into the society. And in briefly, I would like to say that Shiva trilogy tries to bring a change in the mindset of reader also, so that we have to be aware of what is going to be happen around us, that we should have to openly understand it and make some kind of changes into our behavior also. At the conclusion point, I would like to say that Amish Tripathi has recreated such a mythological stories, giving some new stance, new ideology through his writing. He had reconstructed Puranic mythologies with a new perspectives, and we have seen that ancient Varna system was different than his Varna system he has used into his text, where Meluha is going to be based on it. And though there are some drawbacks, but we have to look at Meluha as an ideal example, where women empowerment, no any gender biases are going to be seen. So it is such kind of ideal state we would like to live there. And even Shiva has appeared there as a warrior who fought against the evil of the society and tries to bring out the change into that society. And also Vikarma system, it also brings us back to our notions, the plight that in our history, how untouchables were going to be treated, and what kind of um, uh, brutal things we have seen with them, and how our past is going to be such kind of a blot on our history, that we can understand it. But uh, this is the overall social system that Amish has projected throughout his novel. So this is my paper, and at the end, I would like to say thank you to all the organizing committee to given me a chance to present my paper. And even I am really very thankful to Vasantrao Naik Arts, Commerce and Science College and organizing committee of there. And even I am really very thankful Wagmare sir and their team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next presenter is Nita Desai, Gujarat.
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Upload your PPT. you deliver oral presentation?
Yes, sir.
आप oral presentation देने वाले हैं without PPT?
नहीं, without PPT.
Oral presentation. Okay, please continue.
हाँ. Good afternoon, all of you. मेरा research paper है the institutional of an empirical overview of India's Supreme Court. A billion or more people fall within the judiciary of the Indian Supreme Court, making it the most powerful court in the world due to its extensive judicial board knowledge of its own powers and these factors. However, there is no comprehensive list of approaches the court for what reasons and with what degrees despite the institutional considerable public influence and high level of legislation. Due to the court's fragmented bench structure and high volume of cases, scholars and policymakers have very different perspective on how the court operates. Before presenting over, we give brief history of the Supreme Court of India and an explanation of how our data set is made in the parts that follow. Also, the aim of this chapter is descriptive rather than normative. We provide some first ideas regarding potential implications of the data we present in brief closing section. History of the Indian Supreme Court. The Indian Supreme Court is the top court of largest common law system in the world. The court has grown significantly in both size and organization structure through time. Currently, 13 bond seats are available. It hears more than 16,000 petitions and appeals each year, and it ranks around 1,000 judgments. Judges are not required to convention in bench under court rules. All subordinate courts operating within the boundaries of India must abide by the judgment of all of the court's benches. Processing data. Based on a comprehensive data set of all court decisions from 2010 to 2015 as published in the Supreme Court cases. Case reporter, our research, the collection contained 5,699 decisions from 6,857 cases between 2010 and 2015. At Cornell Law School, we piloted the investigation as the starting point for our investigation. Concludes our analysis of the largest data set of Supreme Court of India decision and a date led to be verity or deficiency fitness out the to help establish factor about the court that might direct and motivate future. The court's time and resourcing which would be used the concepts on high profile cases or the creation of board principles to guide Indian society. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has assisted me, giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Kishore sir, and your teams.
Thank you, madam. Who's want to do next presentation?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Shall I?
Who
Hello.
on next presentation?
Sana from Vasantrao Naik.
Martin, please continue.
Yeah. First of all, just wait. I just start my video. Yeah. Hello everyone. Very good afternoon to all of you. Here myself, Sana Idrus. I am staying in Murud Janjira, district Raigad, and I'm working in the college Vasantrao Naik College. And I would like to thanks all the participations and sir also, those who given me the opportunity to present my paper from your on behalf of here. So I would like to be represent my paper. So just wait. I would like to share my screen. Yeah. So I'm going to be represent my two papers. So first I'm going to be just start it. The role of rural working women in the economic development, presented by me as an assistant professor in the Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce. So the screen. Yeah. Yeah. So the title of my paper is the role of the rural working woman in the economic development. So women play a vital role in the rural development. We all are aware that women are blessed with the intangible energy to balance both professional and personal life. But according to being a woman, she is able to combine the gentleness with its strength. Gentleness because we women blessed with a gentle heart and power. That's why we are more humble, and I feel that why we are able to combine these two qualities together make us true leader. The power of empathy that we carry within ourselves is the one thing that gives us the edge over man. The keyword of my paper: responsibility, social economic status, education, equality, economically active females. Now, introductions. Women play a vital role in the rural development. Employment women are the providing a benefit to the household. Contribution of a woman empowerment to the world economic development in the particular activity. It is a health, education, earning, opportunities, rights, and political participation. The main area that we have to be taken into the account in this research paper, including a social and economical status of a rural working woman. Labor force participation of a woman, factor imposing determination effect upon the status of a woman, and measure of enhance the status of a rural woman. Role of woman in agri activity for contributions while assuming the household core, child development, and caring for the aged family members. Now, objective of the researchers: the assess lack of awareness, the assess lack of social economy, the assess empowerment to promote the right of women, equivalent exposed to the woman engagement and decision making in the country's civil, political, and economical activity. To assess the contemporary economic condition of women in rural area, to find out the economic issues facing by the women in rural in India, to evaluate some government program for the economic empowerment of the woman in rural India. Now, next last one, to suggest some new approaches toward the economic empowerment of working in rural India. Now, challenges are facing by the woman: female particide, female infanticide, abuse of the girl child, harassment in the workplace, domestic violence. Now, hypotheses are going to be represented over here. There will be a significant difference between the rural working woman and the urban working woman. There will no significant difference between the rural working woman and the urban working woman. There will be no significant difference between the present scenario of rural education and urban education. There will be a significant difference between the present scenario of a rural education and urban education. There will be no significant difference between the opportunities and challenges of rural working women and urban working women. There will be a significant difference between the opportunities and challenges of a working woman and urban working woman. Just wait, hold on, just only 1 minute. papers. Yeah. So sorry for the interpretations. Now, literature reviews would like to be say in the women development some points. The entertainment approach given by the Sen 1981 is a substantial contribution in the research studies related to the different approaches for the economical empowerment of a rural woman, which suggests entitlement of a land and credit to the rural woman for their economic upliftment. The observation of that rural women express an interest in the various areas such as handicraft, art, music, dancing, singing, sport, and physical activity. Parents can help them enhance their skill through the family business or technology. If unable to attend the training center, girl can acquire the training through the technology. Empowerment opportunities are also encouraged for the rural women, especially those from the depravity, marginalization, and socio-economically background section. These women are often discouraged from the pursuing education and employment to gentle income and sustained living conditions. To enhance their status, arts promote empowerment. Rural women should be encouraged from empowerment opportunity such as domestic helper and generous employee, sustainable better livelihoods. The conclusion after the point of their research, the rural communities face a numerous challenges and abstract in the changing woman status. Women are the primary responsibility for managing a household responsibility and family needs with increased participation in information sector, poverty, criminal acts, economical exploitation, education depravity, child marriage, lack of healthcare facility, and limited access to resources hinder their programs. Measures to achieve this inclusion, promotion education, skill development, and employment, equal opportunities, eliminating a criminal and violence act, promote effective communications, encouraging a mobility, implementation of morality and ethics, and upgrading the widow's status. By implementation these measures, rural individual can significantly contribute the woman's advancement and improving her life conditions. So this is my first paper which I finished. Now I'm going to be represent my second paper, the study of the impact of a digital marketing on the rural development. Observe that the researchers are going to be observed that what effect of the digital marketing are impactful on the rural development. Yes, it is a more impactful. I would like to be discuss the some points from here. Indian economic growth in the first quarter of financial year 2022 and 23 helped India overcome the UK to become the fifth largest economy after its recovery from repeat wave of a COVID-19 pandemic shock. The real GDP is the first quarter of 22 and 23 is currently about a fourth higher than the corresponding period of 1920, indicating a start of Indian recovery from a pandemic. Given this release of a pent-up demand and the widespread vacancy coverage, the contract-intensive service sector will probably be the drive of the development 22 and 23. Rising the employment and sustainability increase the private consumption, supporting by rising consumption will support a GDP to growth, mobile phone, some external, internal border urban populations, motivated the rural people to increase their prosperity to improve their lifestyle. But it is not easy as seen it is on the surface. The main aim of the study was to observe the impact of a digital marketing on rural area and find the various problems that they were facing. Now, the Indian market of a consumer product is made up of the two distinction parts, urban market and the rural market. Rural market is a way forwarded, taking a specific goods and services to providing a market, promoting trade among the urban and rural market, while at the same time fulfilling the consumer needs and accomplish the organization goal. Digital marketing It is a technology and rural marketing, the wide spread of DTH, mobile phones, mobile internet, and distributing. We all are know that we are using regularly. Not me also, like all kind of a woman. Right now we are using a digital marketing. Like if we want to buy some clothes and some kind of a digital gadgets from household things, we are just buying from the Meesho. The cheapest rate they are going to be providing the product suite and suitable, and Meesho, Mitra, Amazon, the popular sites. The growth of a consumer, the main object of a digitalization advertising is to reach as many people as possible, as promptly as reasonable under the condition. People now spending a significant amount of time browsing the internet. With the aid on online channels, a marketer can easily, quickly, emphasis drives the customers. There are so many different online life cycle of advertisement. There are the several examples including a WhatsApp, YouTube, Facebook, whatever I given before that. Literature review. The researchers are review on the digital marketing, Dr. Shiveda Divang in 2021. She will be focused on the type of a product that may utilize a digital marketing channel to reach the untapped customers segment, and the digital marketing channel that can be used to reach them. Rural digital marketing is largely unexplored and has a lot of untapped opportunity, but our technology have yet to be diverse to explore this area. Objective of this paper to explore and understand how the different digital platform and marketing strategies are used in the rural area, to study and understand the effect of digital marketing on Indian rural market, to study the impact of a digital market on the youth, to study the impact of a digital marketing in the rural sector, to study the impact of a digital marketing on employment. Types of rural marketing: periodic market, mobile traders. There is a lot of market. We are saying that I just saw you that the rural market, there is we have only one village and one kind of a special market over there. Sometime we are just going to be buy some product on the Monday market, Wednesday market over there. Mobile traders, there is a limited mobile traders are available, like retail shopkeepers are there. They have a limited mobile facilities over there. Now, research methodology. The study attempt to explain the impact of digitalization on development of a rural market. The journal, website, and other public sources are the main base of the several of the data information, including in this research paper. This is study based on the secondary data and information only. Conclusion about that: the Indian economy is a growth rapidly. Indian rural area are equally improved and benefited from the nation overall progress. This has given the marketer news opportunity, grow their business, and get edge over the rival in the field revenue. The phase digitalization has begun to take over the global, giving us access to wide range of digital marketing technologies and tools that may be utilized more effectively. To enhance the traditional marketing plan, one of the finest methods to engage with the attract customer in by using a digital marketing tool. Gaining a market share in the rural market will are mostly dependent on the digital media effort to sell the product or services through the online media. Business may now access the rural market in the higher effective economic manner and low cost of the rural of the development of a new technologies and diversification. Rural area are very passionate of a digital marketing and have a lot of untapped potential, but methods are still being developed to investigate this region. In the long run, digital technology will improve the consumption in the rural area, increase the job possibility, rise the disposable income. All of this will contribute to the nation economic progress. To the current analysis highlight these chance of marketer to seize unrealized potential in the rural market. Thank you so much the participation who hear me, and thank you give me the opportunity to present my paper on over this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's the the next PPT presentation?
Shailesh Burul, sir.
Burul sir, please continue.
It is visible, sir.
Visible. Your video should be on.
Good afternoon, all of you. I would like to present my research paper in this one-day online international multidisciplinary conference. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Wagmare sir, for giving this good opportunity for me. My paper title is Morphological Diversity of Aggregates Fungi of Washim District from Western Vidarbha region, Maharashtra. My name is Shailish S. Borul and my supervisor name is Dr. S.H. Kanerkar sir, Department of Botany, Yashwantrao Chauhan, Arts and Science, Maharashtra, Mangrulpir, District, Washim. I am add some contents, important contents about paper. First is introduction, second material and methodology, third is result and discussion, fourth is reference. First introduction. Maharashtra is the third largest state of India next to Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, covering an area of 307,713 square kilometers. It receives an annual rainfall about 4,000 mm in western region of Western Ghat and about 700 to 1250 mm in Vidarbha region, brought by southwest monsoon, and dry zone occur in between western and Vidarbha region. The forest of Western Ghat and Vidarbha region are rich in microbiota. The diversity of agaricus, that is gills mushroom, occur in Maharashtra was largely studied by Trivedi in Vidarbha region and Satya and Radharkar in Western region. However, there are no report on agaricus diversity on Maharashtra for the past 2 decades since study were started in the period of NAAC and ended 2 decades back. Recently, Hedu and Mohite and studied the diversity of edible, non-edible and medicinal mushroom of Amravati, Melghat region. However, taxonomic description of the species were not provided in this study. But my paper, some species are included with morphological description in next slide. The National Fungal Culture Collection of India has been established at Agarkar Research Institute to conserve the germ plasm of diverse group of fungi occur in different substrate. Morphologically, agaricus fungi to family Agaricaceae, Phaceaceae, Trichlomatiaceae, Marasmaceae, Mycinaceae, Hylonaceae, and Illinotaceae. And I would like to go in direct methodology. Result slide. First is in this paper, I am take 10 aggregate species collected from different places of Washim district region of Western Vidarbha, Maharashtra state, and these species belonging to family Agaricaceae, Pluteraceae, Cycleraceae, Trichlomatiaceae, and Tuberaceae family, and different genera. During this survey, I mention some details and photographs in table 1 and photo plate 1. In this paper, the aggregate fungi collected from this locality and different places of Washim district. First of all, Agaricus dionysiens, Agaricus trisulfuratus, Leucoagaricus crystalliferus, Leucocoprinus cretaceous, Lepiota cristata, Pluterus austriatus, Strobulus tulificatus, Tulostoma fimbriatum, Tricoloma caligatum, and last Tuberia purpuraceae. First is Agaricus dionysiens, family belong to Agaricaceae. Habitat, the collection of sample from the raw soybean straw of cropland area. These species color of cap is white. The diameter of cap is 2.5 to 3 centimeter. Shape is broadly convex. Surface is scamulous, means some scales are present on the cap, and surface margin is striate, means what lines at edge on the cap. The next character is gills. Color of gills, that is pink. Size of gills 1 to 2 centimeter. Attachment of gills adnex and regular. These gills is important the formation of spore for the germination of next generation. The next character is stipe. Color of stipe is cream color. Size of stipe is 2.7 to 3 centimeter short. Width is 0.4 centimeter. Then shape of the stipe is cylindrical. The surface of stipe is also a scamulous, means what scales present on the stipe. Attachment of stipe central, and attachment of stipe to substrate simple and inserted. As like such, all the characters of these 10 species are as follows. And this is the table for the major characters of these 10 agricultural species belong to the different family. This is the major description and habitat of these 10 species. First is Agaricus duensis, habitat is soybean straw. Second is Agaricus trisulfratus, habitat is cropland soil. Third is Leucoagaricus, habitat is black soil. Leucocuprinus is brown soil. Lepiota cristata, habitat is dead organic matter like leaf, stem, and trunk and bark. Then next is Pleurotus austratus, habitat is wood. Then next Strobulus trisulfuratus, habitat is wood. Tulostoma fimbriatum, habitat is black soil. Trichloma caligatum, habitat is brown soil. And last one is Tuberia perferiaceae, habitat is brown rocky soil. And next column is some his character, cap, gill, steep, and their measurements. One important character also present in these species like ring. Ring is important structure for the identification of species. All these species ring are present, but 2 or 3 species like Pleurotus austratus ring are absent. Then Strobulatus trulicetus is also absent, and Tulistoma fimbriatum ring absent, and last is Tuberia perferiaceae ring is absent. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the giving me such opportunity.
Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation?
I wish like to do the next one, sir.
Please continue. Are you oral presentation or PPT?
Yeah, I have PPT also, sir. I will share.
Upload your PPT.
Yes.
Open your PPT. Then click on share button.
Yes. Now is it
Visible. Yeah.
visible, sir?
Visible. Please continue.
Yeah, I would like to thank the management to give such a great opportunity for me to give. I would like to help to present a paper. So this is a Shantini. I'm a research scholar, Department of English, and my guide name is Dr. Kumaran. So here my topic is a quest of inquisite the truth self and recounter post-feminism in India through the British and secret wish list. So she's such a leading personality in literature present day. So the next is introduction of this paper. So in introduction, we can say feminism in India. We know very well what is the quality of feminism in India. So still we are having a 40%. Yes, we didn't reach 50-50. Yes, so Kamala Das, she's also represents the feminism through her works. So Cry the Peacock and so on. Now, Priti Shenai, such a debating personality who gives more than 12 novels, and this particular novel, Secret Wish List, she explores the first feministic features and the idea of the post-feministic interludes. Here, the major character is Diksha. She is protagonist of this novel and who depicts a present state of Indian women. So, still, the common women how they are suffered because of the male dominance in the future society and the present society also, and the quest for her as true self. True self is extremely, which is more than self identity. Self identity, we know very well that to recognize ourselves, but here true self in the sense is uh, one who forgot herself, and she recovers from all those things, and at last she came out with the her present self, her past self. So this is what we'll be going to see in this paper. And the key concept of post-feminism in India, the first one is individual excellent. So in this particular novel, Secret Wish List, the protagonist Diksha, how she portrays her individual excellence during her childhood days itself. So in this novel, during her childhood day, she's participating in a school, and in the exhibition, she composed the entire things in the exhibition, and she got placed in that too. Uh, so it will very easy, it will be easy for us to look at the individual excellence will be explored in each and every woman in the present society. And hybridism, so hybridism is a major point in literature. So here, this particular novel, Secret Wish List, which shows hybridism often, and which also shows uh, again this character Diksha is who fall in love with the personality, and again after marriage, although she used to fall in love with the same personality with hybridity and humor and sexual pleasures. So this is a common feature, or else a common idea, or else the man what to say, important note, each and every human being individual. In this sense, the character Diksha, she lost all those things in her novel when he was with her husband Sandeep. So Sandeep is a very common man who did not have good affair, or else who did not have a mutual understanding with Diksha. So far, uh, the thing, according to Brooks, post feminism is not against feminism, it's about a feminism today. So, in this case, which is applicable in this play with the character of Diksha, here Diksha, although she's not against feminism, but she wants to explore her individuality. So, this is also comes under feminism. So, the Secret Wish List. This is an excellent play, excellent novel. Diksha, uh, who wanted a marry just to satisfy her parent. So here we can clearly notice that she lost her wish, and she lost her faith, everything. At last, she used to marry just because of her bad. Uh, thing that she had done during her school days. That's why she committed to get married Sandeep just to satisfy her parents. So here we can notice Diksha and Sandeep relationship. As I informed earlier, so, she did not maintain a good relationship with Sandeep because Sandeep is such a normal man who did not have any importance to the towards the family. So his regular routine is just watching a TV and go to work and making money. So this is his regular work. So Diksha was fed up with his attitude towards Diksha, and hopeless. Hopeless is a major thing which at last she committed. She feel loneliness because she lost everything. She always depend on uh, Sandeep financially, and a submissive and dependent woman. So, as a enthusiastic girl during school days, after marriage, she can find the drastic change that she often depend on Sandeep. The next thing is Viber's turn of phrase, which means that she get a chance to meet her cousin Viber. She is a changing personality, changing character in this novel, who reflects, or else who um, remembers Diksha's original character in this particular novel. So, who reveals, who used to play the game called Secret Wishlist with the Diksha. By the time Diksha uh, able to understand what are the things that she may last just because of this compulsion of marriage. So here, dimension of postmodern women in the sense the present era, which means the 21st century. Moreover, after 2010, women, we can see through the characters or else character sketches of the character Vaiba. So her friendship with the character Diksha. The Vaiba, such a independent lady, though she got married, though she had children, she used to travel wherever she wants. She used to financially fit. So just because she lived her life peacefully, and she was such a represent personality, and or else she represents the modern women, and the modern mother-in-law. She is a mother-in-law of Diksha. Uh, so mother-in-law, she used to notice the fateness, the hopelessness, the sufferings of Diksha. At last, she herself admitted, or else she gave a chance to Diksha, and she accepted uh, the divorce of his own son Sandeep. She accepted that her son committed a mistake, that that her son did not in a normal state did not give pleasure to Diksha. So she accepted, and at last she accepted the marriage between Diksha and her ex-lover. So love for self. So after the quarrel between Diksha and Sandeep, Diksha revealed everything to Sandeep. At last she came out from Sandeep, which is not only Sandeep, not only the character, but at last she came out with all her struggles. She came out with all her sufferings. She was in a jail, but after getting divorced from Sandeep, she felt that she got her old look, old attitude, an Indian woman and individuality. So at the end of this novel, we can identify how she was living with her ex-lover, and moreover, she was taking care of his 9 years old, her 9 years old son Abhay with them, and Abhay also accept all the things, and he could understand the sufferings of women, and he can easily understand how his mother suffer a lot, and how now she was very happy with her ex. So he accepted everything, and the mother-in-law also accepted. And the major thing is how the reason why they accepted is that much Diksha suffered a lot during her marriage life. Even the parents, how they are forced her to getting married, and whenever she used to call her parents, they used to console Diksha only. They did not. They even try. They even did not try to understand the situation of Diksha. So this is what I want to convey in a through this play, Secret Wish List. So the dimensions of postmodern women, even we are getting a freedom, even we have shared everything. The women are still need to face, need to get their own identity, need to get financially independent. So thank you so much for giving such a great opportunity.
Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation? Who want to do the
Hello.
next presentation?
Hello.
Yes, please continue. Shete
हा सर
Chandrakant, please continue.
हा सर काय झालंय माझी पीपीटी ना मोबाईल मधून झूम वर शेअर होत नाहीये
Orally
त्याच्यामुळे मला
presentation केलं तरी चालेल सर, काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही.
हा तो ओके
Orally presentation किया तो भी चलेगा सर. Who want to do the next presentation? After the Chandrakant Shete. Who want to do the next presentation after the Chandrakant Shete?
हॅलो
Please continue.
okay sir so I like to thank the management of the Vasantrao Naik Arts, Commerce and Science College and Wagmare sir for to organizing such nice conference and giving such opportunity to the all participants and me too. So I'm going to present a topic. My topic is resources for engineering faculty, an overview. I'm doing a research on this topic under the guidance of Dr. Nilesh Gawande, Principal, late Bhaskara Singhni Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sakar, Kherda. So regarding the resources, as today's era is information technology era, in that era, the publication trend is also being moved from print to digital. Even print and digital, both forms are being used and popular in the community of writing, academic writing, and the scholars also. So, electronic assets or electronic resources usually include the any information or electronic material like digital books, e-diaries, and other online resources which are published in e-form, and even these documents are accessible to the any digital device, including the laptop, mobile, computer, etc. Even the audio form also it is also included in the e-resources. So there are some different types of major e-resources, which includes e-journals, online databases, e-newspapers and e-magazines, online reference works, e-thesis and dissertations, multimedia resources, which include the videos, audios, even animations and writing, PowerPoint preparations. All these are included in the multimedia resources. Open educational resources are also important, where we can show the learning platforms to the users. Even institutional repositories are there, where the institution which are involved in the publication stores the scholarly publication in that institutional repositories. E-learning platforms also are there, like Zoom. Such platforms also counts e-resources. Digital archives are there also. Digital archives are related to the material which are in the digital form and stored in the different devices. So examples of some paid e-resources to the engineering faculty, we can say the e-journals and database, which include the prominently ACM Digital Library, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, that is called ASME, JSTOR, and SAGE. These are some examples of e-journals and databases. There are some bibliographic and indexing databases also, like Math Science Net and Science Finder. Even there are some standard databases, which includes ASTM, SCDL, Bureau of Indian Standards, and ebooks. Even the standard publications like Cambridge, EBSCO, Elsewhere, McGraw-Hill, New Age, all these are involved in the ebooks publication along with the printed books. Even some publishers are just using the e-platform for publication. And I'm also going to introduce or some focus on some open access e-resources, in which will some examples are there: Swayam Prabha, EPG Pathshala, eYantra, Spoken Tutorial. These are the open courseware and learning e-resource platforms. There are some pre-lecture videos of some standard institutes like Harvard Open Courseware, MIT Open Courseware, and other learning resources. OpenEL courses. These are the some examples of pre-lecture videos. Reference management and writing assistance tools like Zotero, Mendeley, Quillbot. These are some useful platforms where we can manage e-resources while writing. Even e-books, which are very popularly and well known and used by the different users, and which comes under the open access platform, that is directory of open access books and open library, even project Gutenberg, even Google Books also there are. e-journals platforms of open access, which are known by the different peoples and by used in widely. These are in engineering banner. These are annals, geophysics, astrophysics, and space science transactions, current science, down to earth. These are some examples which are the open access e-journals which are widely used by the engineering faculty. Under that, resonance is also sadhana is there. E-journal databases of engineering. These are the Bentham Access, Open Access, Chem Spider, Director of Open Access Journals, Pre-Medical Journals, Made in. These are some examples of e-journal databases. Print archives of engineering open access platforms are archive.org, Chemical Science Repository, Conf Print, Scholar Physics, e-print archives, organic prints. These are some examples of it. And institutional repositories are open access thesis and dissertations, which includes OpenDay or Open Thesis, PDQuest, ProQuest Digital Thesis. These are some examples of open access repositories. And even national repositories which are known like Digital Library of India, National Digital Library of India, Shodh Gangotri, Site Sir, and patents and standards which comes under open access resource platforms, that is US Patents and Trademark Office, Google Patents, Indian Patent Office, and some useful open access search engines for the science faculty are Belfield Academic Search Engine, Site Sir X, Google Scholar, Journ, Microsoft Academic Search, OER Star, that is WorldCat, and virtual library or subject gatekeepers for the engineering are InfoMine, Internet Public Library, the Virtual Library of Mathematics, worldwidescience.org, www.virtuallibrary.com, etc. And e-thesis and dissertations for the science and overall general subjects are Shodh Ganga, NDLTD, OATD, etc. So after the sub examples of engineering faculty resources, I would like to highlight the importance of resources over the print resources. That is, so many hyperlinks are given to the related additional resources of a particular subject. This is the major remarkable importance of the e-resources. Even the replication onto new media and sharing of data, it is very easy with the help of e-resources, which is in print resources it is not possible. It saves massive time by providing easy and immediate access. So 24/7, even using different platforms, we can access the resources. It saves the space of library, allocates the interactive facility like YouTube or audio recording. There are some facilities to interact lively with the resource person in the form which is lively available to the participants in various workshops and seminars and conference. This is a remarkable facility. Even it is possible to preserve delicate or valuable unique materials, which is not possible in the print form. Even there is a certain life of the printed books on papers, but in digital form we can restore or store appropriate articles. A number of search engines are available there. In the traditionally journal searching or book searching for the research purpose, there are a lot of limitation in searching for the literature review. In the form of digital access, we can use keywords and different platforms and different filters to get exact articles or scholarly publication related to any topic. It is a very remarkable feature of the e-resources. Even it facilitates concurrent access for a huge number of users. In a print form, a particular book is used by 1 or 2 person at a time, but even in the e-form, any book can be shared or viewed by billions or trillions people at a time using different platforms. It is a very remarkable feature of e-resources. Even smooth the progress of access of physically challenged people. As we know that that is a special braille lipi for the blind persons and deaf persons. But there are different types of physically challenged people. But in digital form, there is a huge benefit to such people. Even audio form or other video that is are useful to such persons to overcome their limitations of the learning. And to conclude, I would like to say that e-resources is a key component of the library management nowadays, where it related to the collection development and collection management. So library must modify their collection and development plan according to the importance of electronic resource, since they provide a number of benefits over the print e-resources, and even the management of the college or institutes should give preference to the e-resources to be included in the library collections. It is very useful to the library manager or the librarian or the library team to manage electronic resources, which requires sufficient infrastructure, technical support and experience, and which is subjective to or depend upon the library staff, where they can get competency to handle such resources. So they have to be prepared and to be ready to welcome to e-resources in the library collection. Okay, sir. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Shete sir, thank you. Who want to do the next presentation?
Sir, I want to do.
Bharti Sharma, please continue. Upload your. Would you like to go the through your oral presentation or PPT presentation?
Sir, PPT presentation.
Please upload your PPT. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Sir, is my screen visible to you?
PPT visible. Please continue. Bharti Sharma, Scopus.
Sir, for UGC care listed.
Okay, please. Okay, please continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, first of all, I would like to thank all the dignitaries for providing me with an opportunity where I can showcase some of the research knowledge that I have gathered and little exploration of mine in this one-day international conference, which is organized by Konkan, Unnati, Mitra, Mandal's Vasantrao Naik's College of Arts and Commerce, Maharashtra. So the title of my paper is A New Beginning, Indra Sagar Project and Promise of Rehabilitation. And this paper I'm presenting as assistant professor. My name is Bharti Sharma and I'm assistant professor at Lloyd Law College, Greater Noida. Thing about this paper is we need to understand that there is increase in the demand of construction, and in the near future more dams might be built to meet the growing needs for food and electricity. However, if these demands aren't managed properly, they could cause more problems than benefits. Talking about hydroelectricity, which is clean and affordable energy resource, it is in high demand worldwide. Every country aims to use its water resources for power generation to meet electricity needs, but a major challenge in this process is
dealing with the displacement of the people, which is caused by flooding of areas behind these dams, and helping these affected communities recover and find new homes is sensitive issue that requires careful handling. In large projects like this Indra Sagar project, Indra Sagar Dam in Madhya Pradesh, this challenge becomes even more critical due to the need and the high number of people living in that area. In a democratic country like ours, India, where human rights and transparency are important, this resettlement process needs to be approached with great care. People have always used natural resources to meet needs, like during Industrial Revolution in Britain, or when machines needed a lot of energy. This inspired the other countries to do the same, but not all countries had fossil fuels. So they looked for other ways to get the energy. Along with needing energy, there were challenges like food shortages, floods, and lack of clean water due to growing population. To solve these problems, they planned projects to make dams and that could provide energy, water, and more. This continued into 21st century as well, but these projects led to people losing their homes and land. In India, around 36 million people were affected by dam projects from 1947 to 2004, and 40% of them were from tribal communities. Laws to handle this situation began only in 2013. And these laws were providing compensation, yes, jobs, and rehabilitation for those affected by these projects of rehabilitation. This effort aimed to make things fair, but for everyone to consider the impact on society and environment is a different thing. My research paper is exploring the consequences of rehabilitation and resettlement policies. What are the gaps in the implementation of this policy, and was the promise that was made to the people who can be called as migrant was fulfilled or unfulfilled? So in this regard, if we assess the impact on the livelihood of displaced human after dam construction, in India, a law called the Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Resettlement and Rehabilitation Act, and that was passed in 2013. This law aims to provide jobs to adults in families which are affected by projects like these to help them earn a living. And before this law, people who lost their land were compensated for their physical properties like land and homes, but their jobs and ways to make money were often ignored. Displacement, where people have to leave their homes, happens in many places around the world and can lead to problems like not having a place to live, no job, and no left out feeling. When dams are built, they can affect how people make a living, both upstream and downstream of the dam. For example, a dam project in Kenya led to smaller farms, fewer cattle, and less food production. For some villagers in some places, like Laos also, building a dam made it harder for farmers to grow crops because they didn't have enough water. So studies have shown that resettled people generally have better living conditions comparing to those who weren't resettled. If we take the case of China, farmers who moved due to the dam project now grow different crops like rice, because changes in the environment leads to crop production like this. However, displacement can also change the way people use the land. And for that, the case of Indonesia is very apt. After a dam was built there, some farmers had to work on people's land to survive. In some cases, the land given to displaced communities. Not very good for farming, leading to lower agricultural production. In wildlife sanctuaries in Madhya Pradesh, in India, people had to leave their homes to protect the wildlife. But after they moved, the quality of life and quality of land was poor and making it hard for them to grow crops. And this forced many young people to move to cities in search of the better opportunities. So now, coming to the impact on not usual property assets, then in that case, displacement isn't just about moving people from their homes. It's also about changing the way they make a living and access resources like land and forest. So natural resources like forests are crucial for many people in India. For instance, the dam construction in India has submerged a large amount of forest land. When people are displaced, they often end up in places where they don't have access to things like grazing land, firewood from forests, and many other such resources. They, after displacement, the resources that they used that were once available to these communities are often lost. So in some cases like Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary, people lose access to forest resources they used to rely on. So displacement also affects things like livestock ownership and access to water from wells. In some resettled areas, the common resource that people used to share used to be wells and forests, which are now absent. This can lead to challenge like selling of livestock and reduced access to important resources. Negative consequences on livelihood activities, like where the absence of common land for grazing, it all leads to the shortage in the livestock, and this results in significant and enormous reduction of livestock in many villages. So talking about the promise made, so what is the promise of rehabilitation to these people who are displaced? So here, to the loss of physical things, as I said earlier, like things like land and animals, it also affects the social bonds and relationships that people have with their communities. Research is talking about when people are displaced due to them and their social connections are changed. Families and groups that used to live together can end up scattered. So this is because only the physical separation which is caused by the displacement. Big dams can also damage cultural places like the temples in their community, the archaeological sites in that area. Like if we take the case of one place, Tauke and Mozoki Dam in Zimbabwe. So building the dam, which disrupted the ties between families, people used to share things like community gardens and clubs, like credit clubs, but these bonds were broken when people here also mentioned that their connection to their ancestors and the cultural sites was affected. This kind of displacement can even lead to discrimination, and that was found in one of the study in Maharashtra also. So it was found that after displacement, some people felt their social status improved, caste-based discrimination reduced. One well-known protest against dam construction is in the Narmada Bachao Andolan in itself, and that was started in 1988. So people like Medha Patkar and Arundhati Roy, they joined the movement to fight for better condition of those displaced by dams. Like in 2015, one such protest called for Jal Satyagrah, and that took place in Gogalgaon village, where people were against the dam's height increase or increment without proper support for those affected. So what we can conclude with this, the study of my paper, this is revealing that there are several weaknesses, or the books that I have read, the literature that I have referred to, it's revealing that there are several weaknesses in 2004 Madhya Pradesh resettlement rehabilitation policy, and this policy lacked crucial elements like providing skill training for displaced individuals well before their displacement, and this training would have helped them to switch from non-farm jobs to increasing their income, rather than just getting stuck in low-paying unskilled work like farm labor or any other thing like this. Moreover, apart from income, the government's failure to exchange the land and provide adequate compensation for these displaced families led to depend on local elites due to developmental process. So the current right to fair compensation and transparency in Land Acquisition and Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act of 2014 has the potential to be great solution. It requires things like assessing social impact and obtaining the family consent before land acquisition, along with compensating people at fair rates. Considering the government's focus on projects like Make in India, which demands a lot of land, there's a pressing need, there's important need which requires urgent attention for research on how these changes in livelihoods and social connections impact the lives of displaced people and how policies can better meet their needs. So with this, I want to end my presentation, sir.
Who want to do the next presentation? Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation?
Sir, may I? Yogita Patil.
Yogita Patil, please continue.
Yes.
Are you do the oral presentation or PPT uploading?
Yeah, PPT, sir.
Please upload.
Yeah.
Visible. Please continue.
Yes, thank you very much. The title of my paper presentation is Exploitation and Self-Realization Among Women Characters in Sudha Murthy's Dollar Book. Dr. Rajesh Vishnu Yavle sir is my guide, and he has helped me in the to present this paper. Next. This is the abstract of my paper. Sudha Murthy is considered as the most acclaimed writers in the realm of Indian literature. Sudha Murthy's works are embodiment and exploitation of philosophical views on charity, hospitality, and self-realization through fictional narratives. We all are well known for this. The present novel, Dollar Bahu, is the masterpiece with disparity and conflict amongst women characters from the present novel, and also conflict between American culture and Indian culture is reflected thoroughly through this novel.
This research paper is primarily aims and highlights on the struggle of Vinuta and Garuma's self-realization. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce for providing me an opportunity to present this paper in one day online international conference. And also I would like to say thank you to my guide, Dr. Rajesh Yavle sir, for mentoring me in the present paper. The objectives of these papers are next, to examine reflection of women characters in Sudha Murthy's Dollar Bahu, to analyze the matriarchal conflict amongst women characters in the present novel, to explore the clash between Indian and American culture in terms of dollar, and to search the journey of self-realization of Gaurmas through the novel. The hypothesis of the present paper is there is the representation of struggle of the part of women characters in freedom and identity in Sudha Murthy's Dollar Bahu. Next. Sudha Murthy, we all are known that she is a very Indian, well-known women novelist and also an eminent woman writer. She is a prolific bilingual writer and many of her books are translated in various languages. Sudha Murthy was the recipient of R.K. Narayan Award for Literature and also she is awarded Padma Shri Award. She has written several travelogues, technical books, also novels and short stories and books for the children's also. Next, Sudha Murthy's magnum opus Dollar Bahu. In the present novel, Dollar Bahu, Sudha Murthy has written magnum opus novel. The present novel throws light on the behavior of educated people. We all see that in the society there are so many educated peoples, but their thinking level is not changing according to their education. And through this present novel, Sudha Murthy throws the light on this. Dollar Bahu is one of the topmost works of Sudha Murthy. The female protagonist Gaurma is picturizing as traditional mother-in-law and Vinuta as a simple and obedient culture and ideal daughter-in-law. Vinuta and Gaurma, these two characters are the main characters in the present novel. The present novel also shows the conflict between the dollar and rupees, means the conflict between American culture and Indian culture. Next, predicament of Vinuta as a woman. Vinuta is the first female character introduced in the present novel. She is very simple and educated girl. And also, Chandru has describes her work as it is given in the present example is given from the page number 11. Even from his room on the terrace, he could hear someone or calling out for her. And also, we see that before marriage and after marriage, this Vinuta, this character is suffering a lot. The dominating treatment is given by an elder woman because she is orphan girl, and the person who are taking care of her in that family, the elder woman was always bossing her. Vinuta has to gather the money for dowry on her own for the marriage also. And Vinuta, as a traditional and selfless girl, she is reflected through the novel. Her pathetic condition is not selling how she has taken a house with her money, but for the marriage, the elder woman suggested her to sell the house so that she can get the money, but she was not willing to sell that house. And there we find the conflict between both. Dominating treatment is also we see after marriage also. Next. After marriage, when the two daughter-in-laws are there, and Gaurma is always making difference between both of them. She also make the difference between her grandsons also. Vinuta has no respect in her house. On the other hand, the elder daughter-in-law, the name of that is Jamuna, she has get respect in the same house, though both are daughter-in-law, but there is a difference we find. Vinuta fed up towards her laws and her confusion. To be honest, you are not all happy either all the time. There is a comparison between Jamuna and me. This example is taken from Dollar Bahu novel, page number 72. She also is ill-treated. She takes care of all family members. She performs all her duties very well, honestly. She is doing her job also. Still, she has no space in her own home. And also, Gaurma always underestimate between Vinuta in all decisions. She also means her mother-in-law is also making difference between sister-in-law and Vinuta. But next, discriminating treatment by Gaurma as a protagonist. But when Gaurma has went in America, that time she realizes she is very much passion of the America and American dollar and that culture, and she always takes care of her elder daughter-in-law who lives in America. But when she went there and she stayed with them, that time she has getting the discriminating treatment by her own daughter-in-law. Gaurma is the main female protagonist of the novel. The constant compression between Jamuna and Vinuta is reflected in the novel. Also, Vinuta's depression due to Gaurma, we see Vinuta was gone in depression because of her mother-in-law. Gaurma is dominating mother-in-law, but she is caring mother for Surbhi. We find the twice personalities in one person. Means she is giving different treatment to her own daughter. She is given different treatment to her elder daughter, and she is given different treatment to her younger daughter-in-law. Surbhi and Vinuta are of same age. Still, Gaurma treats very differently than Vinuta. We see the conflict between Indian and American culture in the mid of the novel. When she went to the America and she realizes that her elder daughter-in-law Vinuta is so caring for her, and the daughter-in-law who she likes the most, who is Jamuna, who lives in America, she had given her very bad treatment, and there she realizes that. Dollar Bahu beautifully shows the conflict between Indian and American culture. It also deals with the difference between the region and education and communication, etc. Here is the example. Next. Gaurma's passion for American dollar is reflected in the present novel. She compares the two daughter-in-law on the basis of the potential, on the basis of the money only. But at the last, she realizes her own fault, what she has done. Next. Self-realization of Gaurma as a protagonist. The first shock of the self-realization is on the airport when she went to the America. That time she thought that her lovely daughter-in-law will come there to receive her, but that time she did not come there. Also, the second shock of the disappointment for the Gaurma when she entered in the house, she thought that her daughter-in-law will be in traditional clothes, but there also there is a disappointment for her. Hurting and humiliation feeling of Gaurma is presented in the page number 20 on the page number 28. Nothing so surprising. My mother-in-law is greedy and stupid. Also, my sister-in-law Surbhi does not have any brain. It is easy to manage for those women. These are the dialogue from her own daughter-in-law. And in the conclusion, we find that Gaurma has realizes her own faults, her own mistakes, and when she return at home, she find that her own loving the real daughter-in-law, her elder daughter-in-law was also not at home, and she had left the house. In the conclusion of the present paper is this novel is convincing, justifies the proverb, all that glitter is not gold. Gaurma is fascinated with America and also luxurious life, culture, and dollar, etc. She is very crazy for that. But when she goes to there and stay there, she realizes the reality and self-identity. Through the though the Gaurma is very crazy for dollar, traditionalism is within her personality. In this way, an attempt has been made to investigate the depiction of disparity and conflict amongst women characters, Murthy's Dollar Bow, and exploration and self-realization amongst the women characters. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present my paper. And here are the bibliography and also the references given, for instance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation? Who want to the next presentation? Dear participants, who want to the next presentation?
Manisha is raising the hand.
Manisha madam, please upload your PPT. Dear participants, who want to the PPT presentation? किसको PPT present करना है क्या?
One more person is there, and Mani Mekal. Please unmute your mic and just say something. If you raise your hand.
Manisha Sura से.
Hello sir.
Manoj
Hello
Wadhwan.
sir. हाँ sir. मैं करूँगा sir.
Please continue. Upload your PPT.
Okay sir. So दिसते का?
Yes sir. Please continue.
My name is Murud Janjira, advanced in academic library. My title is, hello sir.
Your paper have been published. Kindly go website and download it. PDF.
Okay sir.
Thank you.
My title is Advanced in Academic Library, a library in the new age. Abstract. This study is the main emphasis on the multiple best practice. There's academic library or the follow. They emphasize how important is for the academic library to adopt best practice in order to improve their cooperation and activities, make the most use of their resource and offer high quality, efficient the service to library user. This article cover both the conventional best practice is the IT based best practice, including the journal best practice and web page, institution repository, email alert service, and extension service. The keyword academic libraries, digital age, re-engineering, copyright, and electronic resource. Introduction. Academic library, the higher education institution, server to complementary propose, normally support university, faculty and student with their the coursework, the research. It is unknown how many the academic library there are in the world. UNESCO manage the academic and research portal connected the 3,785 libraries. The number of the academic library in the nation estimate 3,700 by the Nation Center for Educational Statistic Reservoir are the assigned the reading for the class statistic reservoir the sign regarding for the class that is the attendant to be used the additional the lecture by instruction. What is the digital age? This time period of also now as the information age, historical era of this 21st century characterized by the repeat shift from the world industry, that is the industrial revolution brought about the thought
the introduction, the digital technologies that permit more the efficient information processing, the transmission, storage, and the evolution in according is everyone is the with characterized the digital age. The library service in the digital age, since ancient time, library have the save as the source and information library naturally give after the invitation, the paper and printing, press, and to the today their main function to the conversion information for the age to knowledge society. When I the focus media, web technologies, here article re-engineering, they are the library, the second phase of the digital age. Trail figures assume that within the next 10 years, the electronic highway will the transform how people the work, the play, the information access to e-resource. Traditionally, library have also saved to make the information accessible. It has been fixable to fix, publish, work in the body of knowledge, provide the many access point for retrieval and encourage extensive research thought, limit time thanks to the dual function, the cataloging and the classifying a large volume material are out the periodical and the chronological sequence. As a result, this the function. Libraries can share this data and create more fixable access system thanks to the development protocol for organizing and transferring bibliographical data, automated the system and the networking. The library, the publisher, the consider library being more improved the publication the process, including the material display, the administration and the distribution periodical and practice. As a second example, the new algorithm from the library, enrollment, the collection production in the additional maintaining and the imitation the publish work. This new publishing the sense will may influence ideological in the line with library value, whereas well as the recently emerging instructional and the author interested the term the instructor property right and context use, the communication and collaboration, the evaluation the material typically reflects and the explanation, the cataloging the technologies technique the encompass additional leaves the access and content. Library are trying to figure out how this new access the cloud benefit the target user communication more effectively. Understanding how and the why, who is the content, use the increasingly necessary the functioning to add both research, innovation, and K-12 user information on collection plant, the animal specimen instruction can include both the scientific common name. The semantic web, many different type of the experiment this will be required for the semantic web, and the library could make the substantial contribution. This is the effort. They may take part in the development the metadata in which case now how to apply the descriptive approach would you helpful. Ontologies with the descriptive relationship between item like classes and classes subclasses or periodical sub properties are more complex concept that library are familiar with. This is the result of their hidden expansion field like this this thesis construction, a virtual reference system in the effort to support more online research. Reference service have proliferate during the past 10 years. The library internally permanently service for construction who are the affiliated to the university. The virtual reference method first began the simple email convection. They now come with the technologies that help reference library better understand the name necklace of the reference interview. They provide the instant assistant with the electronic resource. There are the term of the non-library reference service available online. This expert as the service may connect the customer with the subject matter expert of knowledge, The creation topic, employ natural language processing, fresh on the equality and product quality. The consumption employee library the service, the trickier problem will the seeking the solution. The inquiries on the beginning to work. Information literacy, the instruction is another external service that the library have the long effort their proton thought guidance is the control educational activities, instruction the educated people on the how to use library resource more efficiently. The such help to after thought now always go to undergraduate student in the digital era. It's restricting access to library resource has becomes challenging. For more, the user instructional need to have the change significantly as a new approach. The teaching and the learning have the image. What is the what has a change in the academic environment despite the fact that reposing different based on the instruction and subject server communication the event evidence. The library as a place, however, the library is a location. The role was formally described as place where people cloud interact with the information, place where people cloud access construction, or place where library employees cloud connect people with the information. One feature that is often mentioned in the physically and library, and there is the collection. Many people treasure the directly explains the book, map, or manuscript, and the opportunity with brow and the experience get start is the range, the resource in the time method equality. By default platform, the user interaction on the natural location for people from the different trade, gather library facility can save a proposal. Conclusion, academic library is the 21st century is the evolution from being repositories of knowledge, the beginning hubs and a knowledge creation. This case study examination the discrepancy between the academic library user view the significant creation library resource and service, their actual use of such resource and service. The most important discovery how important the library's physical location as well as how it is amenities and the resource add to its sense of place. There are the clean construction, the library facilities. As a result, there are change in the library function that have been described for the university library with the historical, say, the physical hub, the campus suitable core collection is now more widely displayed pattern and more displayed to group. Thank you. My presentation.
Thank you. Who want to do the next presentation? Who want to do the next presentation? किसको presentation करना है PPT?
Is Mani Mikal, who is she or he? Who raised the hand? If you are interested, please present your paper.
Dear participant, do you want presentation PPT? किसी को PPT present करना है क्या?
Sir, audible, sir.
Audible. Who's done?
So, Natarajan Manimegling, sir.
Please continue. Do you want to upload or oral presentation?
Oral presentation, sir.
Please continue with your open your video.
Open your video. 1 second, sir.
Where did you send the paper for UGC, Scopus, or
yes, sir. Scopus, sir.
Scopus. What is the good name?
In Natarajan Manimegling, sir.
Yes. Visit the website, download your PDF. Already published.
Already published, sir.
Please continue.
Okay, sir. 1 second, sir. 1 second. So thank you to all, sir. Good afternoon, all. One day international conference. My title is Users' Opinion about Quality of Library Service in Selected Constant College of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, a case study. My head name Dr. C. Sivakumar, librarian, School of Distance Education, Coimbatore. Abstract using a survey and data gathering strategy and the efficiency of library service in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University Concerned College. Information was acquired from college libraries for both undergraduates and employees. The most recent study makes use of the both primary and secondary data. The information gathered from library visitors is the primary data. Someone else is already obtained the secondary data, such as from library services, topic books, and articles. Introductions. Both of organizations and the library make technical achievements. Every library makes a substantial contributions to the growth of the organization by creating a setting for greater research, activity, and efficiency. Staff development through the development of library resource and services, constantly updating the library is external for the framework and the satisfaction of the expectation of users. The above selected agriculture colleges are for 3 colleges. Number 1, Agriculture College and Research Center, TNU Madurai. Number 2, Community Science College and Research Institute, TNU Madurai. Number 3, Agriculture College and Research Institute, TNU Kiligalam. Research methodology. The survey was conducted among 3 of the colleges that make up Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. The survey was distributed to participants to complete utilization printed materials. The approach of random sampling was used in this inquiry. The survey sample consisted of 379 responses from the research population. The data was evaluated using frequencies and percentage order. To test the theory, fashion calculations was also used. This article goes into redundant length recording the data about customer reviews of goods and services. Review. In the words of Calder, a utility is an activity or benefit that one party may provide a different party that is externally immaterial and does not result in the possession of anything. It is creation might or might not be related to material benefit. The objective of the study: to distribution of selected constant college of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, do distributions of survey response of applications, to identify the frequency of visit to the college library by the users, the opinion about the cooperative attitude of librarians, the opinion of quick and better services, response towards the current awareness services, reading newspapers, competitive examinations in various places by the responses, the purpose of using library, period of medical and responses of all of discussion and recommendations. The outcomes of the investigation provided that the university employees as well as amenities needs to be the highest standard to satisfy its customers. The high quality of the service offered is going to assist them achieve their notes. Thus, users are continuously urged to the library. Thus, findings concur with those similarities and attempted upcoming maintenance and crowded King Killer, Rajwell, Animal and Swokmar as well as the Killer of King. The academic library administrator at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University should try to symbolize the specific feedback from users on how to improve the services available in the library. The library organizations has to make a greater effort into engaging its accessible access to the internet. The academic library administrator of the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University should be set the training programs for its workers to further improve the quality of the library's offerings. Conclusion. The present research project purpose is to investigate how to improve the quality of library service. It investigates customer characters as well as reader impression of the usefulness of service offered by the libraries. Some of the thumb proper to the use the global focus, which is locked in here their university library. This study used sample size from 3 Tamil Nadu Agriculture University Concerned College, the number 1 Agriculture College and Research Institute in Madurai, the Community College Science and College in Madurai second, and the Agriculture College and Research Institute in Kalikalam. there are 3 colleges because bookstores are reliable sources of information and knowledge. Even with ordinary library resource, successful status members or research may strive to meet the standards of outcomes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Who want to the next presentation?
Sir, one clarification, sir. You will send to mail, sir.
Call me 6 o'clock.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, may I present, sir? This is Devraj. May I present? Yeah.
Sorry, Yavule, sir?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Are you doing oral presentation or uploading PPT?
I am doing a PPT. I am doing a PPT presentation. I am sharing a screen. Is it visible?
It is visible, visible app only, not PPT.
Yeah. Just hold on.
Open your PPT.
Yes. Just hold on.
The technique of PPT open your PPT, then click on share button. In that share button, when you click the desktop, you will appear.
Oh,
desktop, you will see your PPT. Then double click on that.
Oh, okay. So now is it visible, the PPT?
No. What I'm saying you.
Yeah.
Get back.
Okay.
Open PPT. Go to the share button, click. After share button clicking, desktop will be appear. In that desktop, your PPT will be appear. Then you double click on that PPT. It will be.
Actually, I am presenting from mobile, sir.
Mobile same technique.
Okay. Just hold.
आपका PPT पहला ओपन कर लेना.
जी. मैं
इसको छोड़ देना, फिर जूम ओपन करना. फिर जूम ओपन करने के बाद में स्क्रीन शेयर स्क्रीन को बटन पे क्लिक करना. एक डेस्कटॉप आएगा पूरा, उसमें आपका पीपीटी रहने वाला है. आपका पीपीटी दिखने के बाद में वो आपके पीपीटी को डबल क्लिक करना.
ओके. नाउ मैं शेयर पे गया, मैंने ऑलरेडी ओपन कर लिया है. अभी डेस्कटॉप का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है, तो स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन आ.
कहाँ शेयर किया है? डेस्कटॉप पे शेयर किया है या गूगल पे शेयर किया है या ड्राइव पे शेयर किया?
सर इट्स इन गूगल स्लाइड.
गूगल स्लाइड. फिर आप गूगल स्लाइड के अंदर जाओ. फिर
Is it visible?
Yeah, now it is visible.
Okay. So yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the the platform to present. So my topic is exploration of futuristic technologies represented in the science fiction novel of Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. So what I'm going to do, first of all, what is science fiction? It is basically a setting and plot which is centered around technology which are mostly futuristic in nature, such as time travel, space travel, robots, and something like that. And in outer world or a world which is bit different from the actual world, but which might be a possible in future. And what are the futuristic technology which have been spoken in science fiction and which are already a reality? For example, you can see the robots, which was identified by Isaac Asimov in I, Robots and Capek's Universal Robot. You can see submarines also, which are a reality, which was given by Jules Verne, 20,000 League Under the Sea. You can see the mobile phones, which was first time spoken about in Star Trek, the American series. And you can see the space travel. Nowadays we had not space travel, obviously we had the moon travel because Chandrayaan and everything. Also the concept of atom bomb was given. We recently we saw this movie Oppenheimer. So these are all the examples of futuristic technology in science fiction. Now I am going to explore the futuristic technology which has been spoken in this particular novel, that is it, Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. So what are the objectives over here? To explore the futuristic technologies in the novel, and obviously how they have affected a change in a positive or negative way the plot line. So what are the texts which have been mentioned in this particular novel? So it was written in the early part of 1960s, During that time, Ray Bradbury gave the concept of TV walls. That is, if you know the plasma television, we have this concept of mechanical hounds. Mechanical hounds. Basically, these are the surveillance dogs. We had dehumanizing technology. Now, what is dehumanizing technology? Suppose the government doesn't want you to remember certain things, so it will just click a machine and you will forget that thing. So you cannot be a voice of dissent. We had this fingerprint reader. Nowadays, we have this biometric scans in college, this audio capsule. It's like a small dot you can put in your ear. It's the same concept of the earbuds, which is mentioned in the point number 9. So nowadays, we have, the Apple AirPod or something like that, and extremely large billboards. And he gave the concept of electronic billboards, means which changes with time. Seashell radio, you can take the pocket radio, and this is very important, fireproof materials, because in the novel we come to see people are not afraid of fire anymore, and all the buildings, all the materials are fireproof except the books. Now in Ray Bradbury, there is this particular guy known as Guy Montag, which is the protagonist. His only job is to find the books and burn the books, because books are the places from where knowledge originates and idea originates, leading to believe in the strength of the democracy and the strength of the people, and the government doesn't want you to have that. So basically, these future texts which have been mentioned in this particular novel helps to make a what should I say, uncomfortable or disturbing situation where the people live, and it acts as a catalyst. It acts as a negative catalyst mostly, because TV, you can see people are watching TV all the, they are watching TV shows. There is any hardly the knowledge shows there, and any game shows or something like that. So the government is using all the technology in this particular novel, which Ray Bradbury has written, in order to take away the intellectual capacity of the people. So they are now busy with earbuds, and then there is this invisible plane. This is a surveillance plane which goes into incognito mode. So suppose someone wants to catch you, so they will come up in an invisible plane. And nowadays we have this particular thing known as drone. Drones are used as surveillance device in order to, take control of people's mind. So that's the importance of future technologies in Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. Okay, and it does exposes that it helps it, basically these future technologies helps in exposing the racism within, the class sects of the people, the bigotry, the tyranny, and most importantly, the thought control of the citizen. It also showcases the, extreme level of technological supremacy. Technology could have been used in order to provide a better life for the people, but no, alias, it was not used. For example, cloning has been used. Can be used to get rid of, the life-threatening devices. But now people are making, genetically powerful baby. For example, in Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. And what happens? The people who are, conceived in a natural way, they have no right to live anymore. So citizens are now addicted to technology, and also it creates the thinking ability and, the voice, and more importantly, the creativity of the people. So that's from my side. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Have you done your PPT presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the one next PPT presentation?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kindly remove your PPT.
Yeah. Sure.
Who want to the next presentation? Dear participants, who want to next presentation? किसको प्रेजेंट करना है क्या? Who want to the presentation next? Who want to do the next presentation? Dear participants who want to the PPT presentation remaining, किसी को PPT present करना है क्या? Dear participants who want to the PPT presentation, Sana madam है क्या? Sana madam, is this available? Sana madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm available.
Okay. Final vote of thank. Please continue.
Hello.
आपका vote of
Hello.
thank final कर देना. Winding up session.
Okay, okay, okay. So, good evening, everyone. It has been such an just wait. I just opened my video because I lost the current. That's why I just log in with my mobile phone. So, first of all, I would like to say good evening, everyone. It has been such an honorable to a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal's Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Honorable Mr. Antulay sir, the chairman of the college, Dr. M.A. Nagar Bawri, the principal of the college, Vasantrao Naik College, Dr. V.B. Chauhan, vice principal of Vasantrao Naik College, the special guest of our Professor Arvind D. Sawan, the resources person, Mrs. Dr. Kinat Thakkar, Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir, Dr. Jansi Fernandez, Dr. Kamli sir, the HOD of IQAC, Vasantrao Naik College. Thank you so much to be a part of this event. Sincere thanks to the head of the department who handled the event, like the Wagmari brothers. Wide round of applause and thank you all the participation who made the event a memorable one finally. I would like to thank all of you present here for making this time to be with us today and helping us make this event a grand success. Thank you one and all. Thank you so much, Wagmari sir also once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. On behalf of Vasantrao Naik College and on behalf of Sri Wagmari Brothers Private Event Management Company, I would like to thank all the participants, resource persons, trustees, principal of the college, especially principal of Vasantrao Naik College and Chauhan sir for giving the tender for that. Thank you. I'm winding up and stopping this conference. Thank you.
Thank you.